After Midnight by Marta Neville. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Good night, Mr. Lannon. Louise Willoughby extended her hand. We breakfast at 9, she said. I'll see you then. I hope you sleep well. Thank you. I'm sure I shall. She gathered the folds of an embroidered chiffon gown about her and slowly mounted the stairs. Lannon stood leaning against the newel post and watched her ascend. As he turned away, he faced his host. The cold, metallic glitter in the older man's black eyes gave him a strange, uncomfortable feeling. Well, said Willoughby, she's charming, Andrew. You should be proud of her. She's improved wonderfully in the 3 years since I saw her. A slow smile crept about the drawn lips of the physician. It did not extend to his eyes, but became lost in the heavy mustache and Van Dyke beard he wore. Lannon again shivered. The snaky glitter in his physician friend's eyes fascinated him. He wondered if it could be true, that the woman who had just left him, with purity written on every curve and line of her, could be the wanton thing her husband fancied, that she had so forgotten herself and her social position as to stoop to an intrigue with her gardener. It seemed impossible of Louise Willoughby, yet many changes had taken place during the 3 years he had been abroad. He had not known her well before his departure. Perhaps he did not know her at all now. Come up into my laboratory, Willoughby said suddenly. He closed the windows and switched off all the lights with the exception of one held in a bronze Venus at the foot of the stairs. Andy, Lannon said as they entered the heavily odorous room, I'd rather you said nothing more about this to me. Some day you'll be sorry for having taken me into your confidence, and then our friendship will end. There are some things a man has no right to discuss with another. I don't need to remind you of that. This is one of them. I've got to talk to someone or go mad. You think it's my imagination. You think I'm a jealous fool. I tell you, I know. From the day that man came here, she's been different. I've watched them. I've seen his arm around her. I've heard him call her Louise. He broke and buried his head on his arms he had flung on the table before him. Lannon gripped his shoulder and shook him. Why don't you send him away? Willoughby raised his bloodshot eyes. And admit defeat? Give him the pleasure of saying he was fired because Andrew Willoughby's wife fell in love with him? Never. Besides, he sprang to his feet and paced the little room nervously, his long hands with their gnarled, crooked fingers stained with chemicals twitching and pulling at his coat as he walked. How do I know she won't go with him if I send him away? Lannon remembered the brief glimpse he'd had of the gardener. A slim, tall fellow, little more than a boy, with close-cropped dark hair, a pale, almost ethereal face, a quiet, unassuming manner. How long has he been here? Ellery? 6 weeks. Willoughby hit the glass-topped table nervously. As he did so, a tiny vial of amber-colored liquid fell over, knocking the stopper out of it. A pungent, sickish odor filled the room. The doctor gave a startled cry. Flinging a small rubber blanket over the table, he lifted the vial gingerly. He placed the stopper back in it, carefully keeping it away from his face. Then he covered it with the rubber. He had become ashen-colored. As though unable to speak, he motioned to Lannon to throw up the windows. Damn careless of me, he muttered a moment later. He placed the bottle high up in a cabinet above him. Then he locked the door of the chest. Damn careless. It's an experiment of mine, Arthur. Do you feel all right? Lannon laughed uneasily. I shouldn't care to remain in here long with that odor. It's heady, to say the least. Willoughby poured some liquid from another bottle into a small glass and handed it to him. Then he took a draught of it himself. Drink this. It'll overcome the effects of the other. Suddenly he became tense. The glitter in his eyes became more pronounced. He seemed to be listening to something. The warm salt air blowing through the window brought a hint of the distant sea, and something else. What is it? Lannon gasped. The quivering of Willoughby's wide nostrils, the sudden snapping of the glass's stem intrigued him. Listen. A long sort of growl, then a long-drawn howl from a dog someplace not far off was all Lannon heard. There was another howl, then silence. The color came back to the physician's face. He smiled apologetically. Lannon stared at him in bewilderment. "What is it?" he asked again. I thought I heard her come down the stairs. I was listening to hear if he met her." The man's tongue seemed to be thick. He spoke with difficulty. "Buck up, old man, buck up." Lannon gave him a reassuring slap on the shoulder, but at the same time he glanced apprehensively over his shoulder out of the window toward the gardens beyond. Again the long rumbling howl of the dog penetrated the night air. The older man suddenly lurched forward into a chair and began to sob in a broken-hearted way. At that moment Lannon fancied he saw a face at the open window, but before he could ascertain whether it was his imagination or not, it had vanished. But to him it seemed he had seen a young, pale face with smoldering dark eyes and close-cropped hair. "Whew!" he exclaimed. "What's wrong with me?" 2. The sudden clamor of a clock striking 3 startled him out of a sound sleep. At least, he thought it was the striking of the hour which did it. But as he raised himself on one elbow in the darkness, the doubled beat of his heart, the damp chill of his flesh, told him it was something else which had awakened him. Stealthy footsteps outside his room, the cautious opening and closing of a door down the hall, the rustle of garments, as of someone moving in the corridor, were registered with dark significance on his brain. "Poor old Andrew," he muttered. He sank back to his pillow, but he could not sleep, though his pulse became normal. He found himself striving to make out the objects in his room. One by one, out of the hazy gray of the blackness, they became outlined and visible to his straining eyes. In an irritating fashion, the drawn blind flapped forward and back with the wind which had arisen since nightfall. Unable to stand the sound of the flapping, he rose and went to the window to raise it. The moon was high, unobscured by any clouds, and shone down with a dazzling white brilliance, which made the grounds and surrounding territory almost as light as day. The long row of glass-topped greenhouses gleamed as though covered with snow. Off in the distance, far beyond the high stone wall which enclosed Dr. Willoughby's Long Island estate, shone the water, near at hand. The wind whistled in a sing-song manner through the trees. From the darkening shelter of the stone wall emerged 2 figures. The watching man knew instantly who they were, even before the moon outlined the slender figure of Willoughby's wife and the broader silhouette of the gardener, Allering. A feeling of nausea swept over him. He turned away from the window. Crossing to his bed, he switched on a light just over it, determined to while away the time until daylight with a current magazine. But the face of the woman outside in the garden seemed to mock him from the printed page. Her dark, shadow-laden eyes seemed to plead with him between the lines of printing, as though she begged him not to judge her too harshly. The magazine slipped from his hand. He closed his eyes and lay inert. A moment later, the cry of someone in mortal agony penetrated the night air. Then a woman shrieked in terror. For a moment Lannon lay panic-stricken. Then, springing out of bed, he snatched up a dressing gown and rushed into the hall. He came face to face with Willoughby. His host was pallid. Willoughby's hands trembled as he held a tattered silk gown about his emaciated figure. A moment later, another door down the hall was thrown open, and the corpulent, kimono-clad housekeeper burst into their presence. "You heard it?" Willoughby cried in a harsh whisper, clutching Lannon's arm. His eyes were glassy, the lids swollen as though from heavy sleep and being suddenly awakened. His chin shook. "My God! My God!" wailed the woman, trying to pull the kimono about her ample bosom. "What was it, Doctor? Did you hear it?" "A woman screamed," Lannon said grimly. "The cry came from some place near the greenhouses. Someone must be injured." "I heard a man, too." This from the butler who had joined them. Even partially clad, he retained some of the dignity of his position. "Oh, what do you suppose has happened? Doctor dear, what do you think it is?" The housekeeper caught her master's arm and clung desperately to him. He did not seem to be conscious of her presence. He was looking into the lighted corridor below at his wife, as she stumbled blindly through the outer door into the illuminated passageway. She was sobbing convulsively. She started to climb the stairs slowly, dragging herself upward with an effort. Her shimmery evening gown was torn and draggled about her. Her face was gray, a death color, and her eyes terror-stricken. At the head of the stairs, she collapsed in a heap. When Willoughby started to lift her, she gave a shuddering cry and warded off his touch. Her husband gave a sucking breath. He looked at Lannon. "Mrs. Willoughby!" cried the latter, dropping on his knees beside her. Subconsciously he wondered what had become of the man who had been with her, if it were he who had given that cry of terrible torture. "Mrs. Willoughby, what is it? What has happened?" For a moment her white lips quivered. There's a dead man out there by the greenhouses. I stumbled over him. I touched his cold face. A dead man?" "Yes." She suddenly straightened and stared with a fixity into her husband's face. A strange expression came over her own. Then she allowed Lannon to assist her to rise, and in a quiet manner, though with obvious effort, she requested the butler to bring her some wine. "A dead man?" "Come," said Lannon abruptly, his legal training coming to the foreground. "She may be mistaken. The man may still be alive." "He was cold," she answered. The little procession filed out toward the greenhouses, a motley, weird-looking crowd in bathrobes, smoking jackets, and kimonos. Louise Willoughby walked with Lannon and her husband. Her hand lightly rested on Lannon's all the way. He felt the nervous tremors that shook her as they neared the spot where she had discovered the dead man. "There are lights in the greenhouse," Willoughby said abruptly. "I'll turn them on." He left them for a moment, then the glass enclosure became illuminated. An exclamation of horror burst from the group. Mrs. Willoughby clung to Lannon's arm in a feverish manner. Huddled up, chest and chin meeting, lay the body of a man, unquestionably dead. He was roughly dressed, his shoes in tatters, his bare feet showing through the gaping soles, while several days' growth of beard added to the gruesomeness of his appearance. Long yellow teeth were bared in a distortion of agony. Bleary eyes stared upward. There was no sign of a wound, no indications of foul play, but the man had unquestionably died suddenly and in great torture. Evidently it had been his death cry they had heard. Willoughby knelt beside him, then after a second's examination rose abruptly. "Dead. Heart failure, I think, but it'll be best to notify the police." "Know him?" Lannon asked. "No. He looks like a hobo." "Are you going to leave him?" cried his wife hysterically. "It seems so awful to leave a dead man out here on the ground, alone. It's so heartless." "He can't be moved until the police arrive," Lannon answered. "Willoughby, take your wife inside. I'll stay here until they come and see that nothing happens." Louise Willoughby suddenly gave a cry of terror. "The police? Must you call the police? He's a tramp. He died of heart failure. Don't call the police. It'll create a scandal. I couldn't stand that. Please, please do something else." My dear," remonstrated her husband quietly. "This is very unfortunate. I'm sorry the poor devil chose to die here, but it may not be heart failure, you know. He may have been murdered." "Murdered?" She sobbed the word, as though it burst from her against her will. Willoughby ignored her exclamation. He continued suavely, as though he enjoyed her hysterical anguish. "If the man has been murdered, and we placed an obstacle in the way of his murderer being apprehended, we would be putting ourselves liable for more than a scandal." She suddenly swayed. Willoughby placed his hand on her shoulder, but she turned on him in almost insane fury. "Don't touch me!" she cried. "Don't you dare to touch me!" The doctor shrugged his shoulders, turning quietly to his friend. "You take her inside, Lannon. She's wrought up. No wonder, poor child. I'll remain here. Call headquarters, please." 3. When they reached the house, the woman dropped wearily into a great chair. The intense pain in her face, the tremulous quiver of her mouth, caused a wave of pity to sweep over Lannon. Are you going to call the police?" she whispered. "I must." Her white hands gripped tighter. In spite of the things he had seen, Lannon again had a doubt as to her perfidy. Strangely enough, he now felt no sympathy for her husband. He lifted the receiver from the hook. As he did so, she touched him. "Mr. Lannon?" "Yes." "Are you my friend?" "Yes, why, yes, of course, Mrs. Willoughby." "I mean, really, truly, my friend or his?" "Andrew's?" "Yes." "I trust I am a friend to you both," he evaded. She shook her head impatiently. "You can't be that. Can't you see he hates me, and I loathe him, I despise him. Oh, my God, how I hate him, and yet, Mrs. Willoughby, I know I horrify you." She laughed and began to pace the length of the room. If only I had someone I could turn to, someone to aid me, someone in all the world I could trust. You seem to be a good man, if only I dared. She paused abruptly, then in a sudden change. Do you think I'm a bad woman? Do you think what he thinks? Why, my dear lady, I see. He's lied to you, too, poisoned you against me, as he has others, and she covered her face with her hands. For once he could not find words. Mrs. Willoughby, I saw you tonight. You saw me, and her eyes opened wide. And him. As she said nothing, he turned from her and called up the police headquarters, making his request for their presence in a quiet, professional manner. When he hung up the receiver, he turned to her. Mrs. Willoughby, you found the body. Who was with you at the time? She did not reply. After waiting a moment for her to speak, he continued, You realize that the police will ask questions of you when they arrive. As a lawyer and your friend, I'm advising you to tell me everything before they come. I may make things easier for you. Easier for me, she repeated dully. I've done nothing wrong. I think it is murder, Lannon said slowly. She wet her dry lips with the tip of her tongue. Yes, it is murder, I know that, she whispered. How do you know? He said sharply. She shivered. I... She gave a little hysterical laugh. Just as a woman intuitively knows many things. Something here tells me that it is. Did you know the man? No, of course not. I never saw him before. Didn't you hear what Andrew said? He's a tramp, a hobo, probably. Her voice trailed off and her dark eyes widened. Probably what? Lannon leaned forward and laid his hand on hers. Her skin was damp and ice-cold. Probably he stopped in the grounds to sleep or for a drink of water and... Mr. Lannon, I can't talk. You'll excuse me. I must go upstairs. She rose unsteadily and for a moment seemed about to faint. You can call me when they arrive. Perhaps I'll feel better then. He assisted her to the stairs, watched her slowly mount them, then turned back into the room more puzzled than before. As he sank into a deep-cushioned chair before the window, heavy satin draperies behind him were pushed aside. A young man wearing mud-stained overalls and a dark blue shirt stepped into the room. He held one finger up to caution Lannon to silence, then motioned him to draw the blinds so that their figures could not be seen by the men outside who waited by the greenhouses. Well, said Lannon. The other slumped into a chair opposite to him. He suddenly seemed overcome and unable to speak. Lannon noted the way his hands trembled, his nostrils quivered. After a moment's silence, the lawyer asked, You're Allering, the gardener, aren't you? Yes, sir. He leaned forward, almost touching Lannon. His eyes glowed in his eagerness. You sent for the police? Yes. Lannon reached for a cigar and lighted it before he answered the boy. In that brief moment's survey of the gardener, he felt an instinctive liking for him. It might be murder, you know, he added. It was murder, Mr. Lannon. That poor fellow out there died the death that was intended for me. What do you mean by that? Lannon dropped his cigar and quickly rescued it from the carpet. I'm not going to hide anything, sir, only I can't face the police, not yet. I can't tell you. But can't you tell them what I say and keep me out of their way? Isn't it possible? His white face worked convulsively. He spoke as though compelled to do so against his will. I don't understand you, said the other man coldly. You say someone desired your death, yet you don't want to inform the police yourself. Don't you realize that you'll have to testify? You were with Mrs. Willoughby when she stumbled over the body. Yes, sir. I'm a lawyer, Allering. Perhaps you didn't know that. Yes, I knew it. That's why I'm asking you to help me, to help Louise. Lannon winced as he used the Christian name of his friend's wife, but the gardener did not see the movement. You didn't kill the man, did you? Snapped Lannon suddenly. No, good God, no. Well, then, will you be kind enough to explain just what is it all about? He hates me, Allering continued. Who? Andrew Willoughby. He hates me as much as he fears me. Lannon started angrily to his feet. Willoughby's my friend." The younger man laughed stridently. "Friend? He's no man's friend. There's only one thing in the world of any value to him. That's science. Didn't you see how he took the death of that poor dog out there? I was behind a clump of shrub. I heard and saw him. He gloated over his body. He was glad that a man had died and proven another one of his damnable poisons efficacious." "By God, are you insinuating that Andrew Willoughby killed that man out there?" "I am. A man he'd never seen, a stray tramp." "It was intended for me," Allering returned wearily. "He failed in his purpose, so far as I was concerned, but he made a sure test, and it proved successful." "You're making an astounding statement, young man," said Lannon, straining to keep his voice calm and uninterested. "You are accusing a man of murder, your employer, the husband of the woman with whom—" Allering sprang to his feet. The veins stood out in great welts on his high, thin forehead. His nostrils quivered. When he again sank into his chair, he was panting from the struggle. "Mr. Lannon," he said abruptly, I met Louise, Mrs. Willoughby, outside in the grounds. Why I did so is our affair. But she is a good woman. You must know she is. Her husband is more than a scoundrel. He's the vilest, lowest—" Lannon's gesture interrupted him. He continued in a quieter tone. "We met by an arbor near the greenhouses. It is very dark out there, and in spite of its being moonlight, we weren't seen. But we saw the figure of a man as he came out of the house. It was Andrew Willoughby. At first, we thought he had seen Louise leave and was following us. But he passed the arbor and went on toward the greenhouses. In the moonlight, which made everything perfectly visible in the open, I could see he was carrying something. A little case, his medicine case, he uses when visiting a patient. I was afraid he could hear Louise's breathing, he passed so close to us. But he was too intent on his wicked thoughts to notice anything else. At the greenhouses, he hesitated. He looked stealthily around, and then he laughed. That laugh made Louise grip my arm. I put my hand over her mouth for fear she would cry out. There's a hydrant beside one of the houses. I use it every morning to attach the hose. To my knowledge, no one else ever touches it. No one has occasion to. Willoughby was aware of this. It is an old-fashioned arrangement, and I've protested against it, but the thing has remained as it is. Several times I've been drenched by the nozzle slipping. As we watched, Willoughby went to this hydrant. He carefully unfastened the hose. Then he opened the little case he carried. He took out something, which evidently was a piece of cloth, and wiped all the damp off the rusty metal. Then he put the cloth back into the case. Next, he took a small vial out of it, and with great caution poured it all over the metal. Then, as quietly as he had come, he whirled around and went back to the house. Allering paused. Then, "We both stood there in the darkness, unable at first to speak or move," he went on. Then Louise whispered, "Charlie, what was it? What was he doing?" I didn't tell her. I knew he had contrived some diabolical way to get rid of me, though just how a liquid poison on a piece of metal could do that, I didn't know. I resolved under no conditions to touch it. Louise became frightened and started to cry. She was pent up and nervous before. Now she became hysterical. I tried to reassure her and told her she'd best go back to the house. Though she tried to control her feelings, I felt she knew instinctively what I did, that her husband had planned my murder. Just as she braced up and started to leave me, a man vaulted the stone wall and lurched into view, a pool of moonlight outlining him distinctly. I think he was a tramp or a thief. I had never seen him before. He wandered about aimlessly until he came to the hydrant. Almost before I knew what he was doing, he had put his mouth to the socket and turned on the water. The next moment, he gave that cry you heard. We saw him stagger backwards, fling up his arms, waving them wildly, then fall over, doubling up and writhing as though in horrible pain. It only lasted a moment. Then he was dead. Louise screamed. She started to run. She fell twice. I wasn't going to follow her. Then I knew I mustn't. I crept further back into the shadow of the arbor. After you all came back into the house, I stole out the other way, climbed the wall, and returned through the servants' entrance. "Why should Andrew wish to kill you?" Lannon asked abruptly. Allering rose again. He crossed to the lawyer and stood under a stand lamp, allowing its light to shine directly on his pallid face. The skin over his cheekbones was drawn and tight. There was a feverish gleam in his eyes. His young mouth was hard and grim, but in spite of everything, there was a look of candor and manliness about him, which impressed Lannon. "Arthur Lannon, don't you know me?" Why, the vague something which had disturbed Lannon resolved itself into a memory. The memory of a pink-cheeked, red-haired lad with a sunny smile and almost cherubic cast of countenance. He gave a gasp. Charlie Moore, not Charlie Moore. Yes, Louise's brother, but why? An automobile came into the driveway, stopped with a noisy purr of the engine. Some men alighted, then the doorbell gave a metallic clatter. The boy clutched Lannon's arm. "For God's sake, keep me out of this," he cried. "I'll explain later." Before the lawyer could answer, he had disappeared behind the satin draperies. 4. Lannon opened the door before the servant reached it. The inspector, followed by his medical examiner and a couple of officers, strode into the hallway. "Well, what's the dope?" the inspector asked abruptly. He was a large man with a 24 hours crop of blue-black beard. His eyes were dark and very keen. He wore horn-rimmed spectacles, which he kept constantly removing and polishing. Lannon knew that in that brief second survey of the room, he had noticed the almost imperceptible swaying of the curtains as they fell together behind Charlie Moore. "You called me," the inspector continued, not waiting for his question to be answered. "Yes. Where's Willoughby?" The doctor was well known on the island. "Outside. A dead man was found on the grounds. Some sneak thief or hobo, evidently. We thought it best to send for you. It may be heart failure. It may be murder." "All right, take me to him." As they stepped outside, Lannon realized that morning had arrived. In the hazy light, he saw Dr. Willoughby seated on a stone bench, his shaggy, bearded chin cupped in his hand, as he stared with evident interest at the huddled splotch on the ground before him. The servants had grouped themselves some little distance away, evidently discussing the gruesome event, but at the sight of the officers they hushed abruptly. Lannon glanced quickly at the hydrant. It was open. A slow trickle of water resolved itself into a little rivulet below it, and wended away into a tiny stream toward the greenhouses a trifle below it. Willoughby rose leisurely at their appearance, and extended his hand to the inspector. "Mr. Dwyer," he said, "I'm Dr. Willoughby. This is my home. It's unfortunate—" "Yes, I know, Doctor," Dwyer interrupted. "The man's dead, all right. You don't know him, do you?" Willoughby shook his head. "No. Seems to be a hobo, doesn't he? I fancy he died of heart failure, but I'd rather your examiner passed upon the case. I don't think it's advisable for you to depend solely upon my decision. It's awkward happening on my grounds, you know." He spoke easily. All traces of the strain of the evening before seemed to have vanished. The examiner knelt on the damp ground and took a brief survey of the body. "No indication of foul play?" he said. He scowled uncertainly, then looked from Willoughby's face to the inspector's. "He seems to have died suddenly, with acute agony. Rather an unusual attitude for a heart failure to assume, don't you think so, Dr. Willoughby?" "I do. That's why I hesitated to diagnose it as such." "And yet," the physician leaned closer, I'm not prepared to say it isn't." "Look him over, Riley," said Dwyer abruptly to a younger man in plain clothes. "See if there's anything to identify him on his clothes." "Plain hobo," said the other after a moment's survey. There were no cards, letters, nor marks of any kind on the body or clothing to lead to any knowledge of the man. "Heart failure it is, I take it," said Dwyer grimly. "Must have caught the poor devil suddenly. Probably dropped in here to steal a night's lodging and, having a bum heart, keeled over." Lannon started to speak, hesitated, then turned abruptly to Dr. Willoughby. There was an enigmatical look on the physician's bearded face. Lannon almost fancied that triumph gleamed through his black eyes. You aren't going to have an inquest?" the lawyer queried. "Not necessary," Dwyer replied. "These things seem pretty clear to me." He turned deferentially to Willoughby. "You passed it as heart failure also, didn't you, Doctor?" Willoughby bowed his head in assent. "We'll have the body removed at once," the inspector continued. "Riley, you can stay here till the wagon comes. If there's nothing further, we'll bid you good morning." Something seemed to snap in Lannon's brain. The story the young gardener had told him, the scream the dead man had given, had made too deep an impression on the lawyer's mind to be dismissed lightly. "Doctor," he exclaimed, touching the medical assistant's arm, "do persons dying suddenly of heart failure give a cry of mortal agony?" Hey? Lannon repeated the question. No, I think not. It would be unusual, quite unusual, but not impossible for them to cry out. Death comes too suddenly as a rule for them to make any sound. Death so painful as this. Why do you ask? This man gave a scream. I heard it. So did Mrs. Willoughby, who found the body. The inspector dug the blunt toe of his shoe into the grass at his feet. He coughed, then looked at Willoughby, back to Lannon's expressive face, then to his assistant. A slow flush mounted to his forehead. This puts another complexion on the matter, he said quietly. Where is Mrs. Willoughby? In the house, her husband replied. She was badly upset about the matter and has gone in. Stay here, Riley. Come on with me, the rest of you. An air of alertness had taken hold of Dwyer, as though he suddenly sensed something of interest. As the servants, huddled together, did not move, he gave a peremptory gesture toward them and repeated the command for them to return to the house with him. 5. Once inside the house, Willoughby became a genial host, inquiring of the officers if they desired anything to drink, and when Dwyer accepted with alacrity, he ordered the butler to serve all present. Dwyer wandered about the room for a few moments, touching a bit of furniture here, a drapery there, and puffing viciously on a strong and vile-smelling cigar. After he had swallowed a large drink of old whiskey, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, he asked that Mrs. Willoughby be called. You heard this fellow scream, he said, turning to Lannon while they waited for her appearance. Yes. Wake you up? No, I was awake. How's that? Insomnia? What time did he scream? About 4:30, I should judge. No, I don't suffer with insomnia. I'm usually a heavy sleeper. Something else wakened you then? Yes. What? It's hard to say. Possibly being in a strange room in bed. I'm a guest here, you know. Possibly the quiet of the country after the city, or I fancied I heard footsteps outside my door. Willoughby leaned forward. His black eyes lightened. The pupils became mere pinpoints. What kind of footsteps? Inquired Dwyer. That I can't state. I'm not prepared to say that I heard any. I may have fancied I did. If I did hear them, they were very soft. Cautious, I should say. Man's or a woman's? I don't know, but I think a man's. Willoughby sank back in the chair, gripping the arms of it with long, stained fingers. How long after you heard these footsteps was it that you heard the scream? I should judge 30 minutes. I lay in bed some little time. Then, unable to sleep, I got up and sat by the window. Does your window face those greenhouses? Yes. Did you see this man enter the grounds? No, I'd left the window when he screamed. And you saw nothing suspicious out there? Lannon hesitated. He caught the glance his host directed toward him, and coughed. Something impelled him to say no. Louise Willoughby came into the room. She'd removed her bedraggled evening gown, and had replaced it with a tea gown of lavender satin and lace. Her face was ghastly pale in the morning light, her eyes wide and very dark. Lannon suddenly felt a great pity for her. Her heavy mass of dark red hair she had let down and braided into a great rope which hung over one shoulder. It made her look younger, almost girlish. At her entrance, Willoughby merely raised his head, looked at her a second, then back toward the inspector. She accepted the chair Lannon offered her. You wish to see me? She said. Yes, Mrs. Willoughby. I'm sorry to disturb you, but this unfortunate death on your grounds makes it necessary. Dwyer's voice unconsciously softened as he addressed her. I understand. Please pardon my appearance. I'd gone to bed. You were the first to find the dead man's body, weren't you, Mrs. Willoughby? Yes. You were alone? No. Her gaze did not falter, nor did she look at her husband. Who was with you? A young man, Mr. Allering. Did this young man, Mr. Allering, see... She interrupted him. We both saw him fall. Fall? The man wasn't dead when you first saw him? The woman bit her lip. Then she shook her head. No, Mr. Allering and I were in the arbor near the greenhouses. We saw a man climb over the fence. He staggered. Then... Her eyes shifted and rested on the face of her husband. Willoughby was yellow. His black eyes like beads stared at her with all the fascination of a snake coiled to spring. She shivered. Then he gave a terrible cry, flung up his arms, and fell over, writhing. I think he died instantly. I screamed too. It was horrible to see a man die. Then I started to run. He lay in my pathway. It was dark. The moon went under a cloud right after it happened. I fell. I touched his cold face." She paused, staring straight ahead of her as if visualizing what had taken place. "That is all?" said Dwyer. "Yes." Lannon wondered if Dwyer realized the woman was lying. "Where's this Allering now?" the officer inquired, looking about. The servants, who had come into the room on returning to the house, shook their heads. "I don't know," Mrs. Willoughby answered. "Probably in his room," snapped her husband, speaking for the first time. "He's the gardener employed here." Dwyer merely raised his eyebrows. He studied the pale patrician face of the woman, then turned to one of his assistants. "Riley, go with a servant to get him." 6. Dwyer and his medical advisor again traversed the lawn to the greenhouses. Lannon went with them. The operator, whom Dwyer had left in charge of the body, grinned a sickly welcome as they approached. Again, Lannon noticed the dripping hydrant. Dwyer stalked about the grounds. Crossing to the greenhouses, he opened a door and stepped inside. He was gone but a moment. When he returned, he made a survey of the arbor and the stone wall which surrounded the grounds. The grass was trampled and crushed, but no definite footprints were discernible. "Stevens, go back to the house and see what's the matter, that Riley hasn't found that gardener," he said abruptly. The medical examiner, whose attention had been centered on the dead man, looked up quickly. "It's heart failure, all right, Dwyer," he said. Dwyer merely grunted. The man who had been with the body hitched his trousers and passed the back of a hairy hand across his mouth. He started briskly toward the house, paused abruptly, and whirling around, crossed to the hydrant. As he stopped to drink from the faucet, Lannon cried out in an unnatural voice, Don't do that!" The young officer straightened abruptly. "Speaking to me?" he asked. "Yes." "What's the matter?" "Don't touch that hydrant." Stevens came closer. "I don't understand," he said. Wondering if he were making a fool of himself, or if what Allering had said were true, Lannon hesitated. The inspector looked at him inquiringly. Lannon laughed nervously. "Well?" said Dwyer. He removed his horn-rimmed glasses and polished them vigorously. His keen eyes squinted. Lannon inwardly squirmed under the scrutiny. "I may be mistaken," the lawyer said uneasily, "but I'm under the impression that the man died after drinking from that faucet." Stevens whistled. Lannon realized he had told too much to withhold any more, and continued quietly, "Allering came to me after Mrs. Willoughby retired. He said the dead man took a drink, then fell writhing to the ground. He may have imagined it, I don't know, but it's well to take no chances." "Mrs. Willoughby did not mention this?" "No." "Where did Allering go? Why hasn't Riley found him?" "I don't know." "Well," mused the inspector, "it's damn queer. We'll get a glass, test this water." "Here's a tin cup," said the younger officer, reaching for one which hung on a nail just below the hydrant. Lannon suddenly remembered the gardener's words, when he had mentioned the caution Willoughby had exercised in wiping the moisture from the faucet. He stepped forward quietly, and drawing his handkerchief from his pocket, he wrapped it about his hand before turning the spigot. Then he drew some water and handed it to the medical examiner. It was clear as crystal. "Willoughby has a laboratory where he makes tests in chemistry," the lawyer said. "Stay here," Dwyer said to the operator he had left with the body before. Then he turned to the others with a curt nod of his head toward the house. "We'll use the laboratory, though I've a hunch there's nothing to this water business. But you never can tell, and we've got to locate this fellow Allering." 7. As they entered the house, Willoughby rose abruptly. Lannon sensed a tension in the air, as though the physician and his wife had been quarreling. The woman's face was bloodless. The great purple shadows under her eyes and her white lips gave her an almost ethereal beauty. She smiled a wan greeting, as though welcoming the interruption of an unpleasant scene. "Dr. Willoughby," said the inspector abruptly, "Dr. Graves here would like to use your laboratory for a little test, if you don't mind." "Test?" smiled Willoughby suavely. "Yes, of the hydrant water. Mr. Lannon is under the impression that the dead hobo took a drink from your hydrant and keeled over. Water looks all right, but we'd like to make sure." The smile never left Willoughby's face, though Lannon fancied it grew tighter. "I'll be very glad to assist you in any way," the physician said, "though I'm positive the water had nothing to do with the poor chap's death. We don't use it for drinking purposes, but it's pure. However, as you say, it's best to make sure." Come this way, if you please. My laboratory's on the top floor. He led the way to the odorous room that was the scene of his many chemical tests. As they reached the door, for a second he hesitated. He drew a deep breath and inserted a key in the lock. It did not turn. The physician looked puzzled. "That's strange," he muttered. He rattled the knob. "Maybe the lock is sprung," said the inspector grimly. Willoughby shook his head. "It seems to be locked from the inside," he said. The smile left his face. He became yellower, if possible. There came to them the rustle of papers inside the room, the sound of someone moving. The men stared at each other. Willoughby swayed a trifle and lurched against the door. Dwyer thrust a huge fist forward and gave the panel a resounding kick. "Open this door," he called. "Open it, or we'll break it down." There was silence, then a sound of footsteps, and the door was flung open. The gardener stood just inside the room. There was silence, then a sound of footsteps, and the door was flung open. The gardener stood just inside the room. He had discarded his overalls and looked very much the gentleman, in a dark, well-fitting suit. Though he was ghastly pale, there was a triumphant gleam in his dark eyes, and an air of success in his bearing. The room was in absolute disorder. Papers were thrown everywhere. Bottles lay at random on glass-topped tables. Paper baskets were overthrown. Everything indicated a hurried but thorough search. One instant, Willoughby glared at his ransacked laboratory, then into the glowing eyes of the boy, whom he seemed to recognize for the first time. Then he flung himself at the younger man with an almost animal-like snarl. "Damn you!" Allering stepped aside. At the same moment, Dwyer laid a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Well," he smiled, but the menace in his cool tones made Lannon shiver. "I presume you are the gardener, Allering. No wonder you didn't care to give your testimony to us. We came out here to look into the matter of a heart failure. We hardly expected to be so fortunate as to lay our hands on Charlie Moore, number 9672. The boy flung back his head and looked bravely into the cool, hard face of the inspector. "Number 9672, gasped Stevens. "Sure, the escaped con, sent up 2 years ago for manslaughter. Escaped 6 weeks ago. They say a society woman helped him bust out, but I never dreamed it was Mrs. Willoughby." "She's my sister," said the boy proudly. "Sure." Dwyer bit off the end of a cigar and stuck it in his mouth, but he didn't light it. He looked steadily at the young man, then toward Willoughby. The latter's eyes were bloodshot. He seemed to be controlling himself with difficulty. "What did you know about this?" Dwyer asked him. "Nothing," snapped the doctor. "You didn't recognize him?" "No." Young Moore laughed unpleasantly. "That's a lie," he said. "He knew me the moment Louise brought me into this house. She knew he did, and so did I, but he didn't dare admit it. If he had, he would have notified you in a minute. He wanted me out of the way, but he was afraid, so he chose the cowardly way. He made everyone think I was her lover, and poisoned them against her, and then—" "Stop!" It was Willoughby who exclaimed. The boy shrugged his shoulders. "You've made some strange statements, young man," said Dwyer quietly, "and I must say, for a man under arrest, an escaped convict, you're damned cool." A frank smile curled the other's lips. "I'm not going back, Inspector," he said, "and don't you think it for 1 minute." "Oh, is that so?" "You bet your life it is. I spent 2 years in that hellhole. I was clever enough to make my escape. You can rest assured I'll be clever enough to keep out of it. What do you think I came here for?" "That's what I'm wondering," said Dwyer dryly. "You might have known sooner or later we'd have run you down. That we would be certain to come to your sister's for you." "Not so certain. If that poor devil hadn't died out there, I'd still be safe here. I've had 6 weeks' start of you, Inspector. That was all I needed. 6 weeks too much for you, Andrew. But you see, you didn't get me after all." Dwyer flung his cigar from him impatiently and stepped over the threshold into the disordered laboratory. He closed the door behind him with a snap. Willoughby suddenly swayed and dropped into the nearest chair. "Now, Moore," said the inspector, "no funny business, get me? You're going back with me, and you're going back to stay. You were sent up on a poison charge, young man. There's a dead man out there on those grounds. What did you have to do with his death?" The boy shrugged his shoulders again. Then his eyes clouded. A note of pathos crept into his voice. "Everything," he said quietly. I suppose if it weren't for me, the poor devil would be alive at this minute." Willoughby gave an inarticulate cry. Dwyer stared at the ex-gardener, striving to digest his astounding words. "Let me get you right," he said slowly. "Are you confessing that you killed that bum out there?" "No," said young Moore. "But I'm saying that my brother-in-law, Andrew Willoughby, did." 8. There was dead silence. Then Willoughby laughed. He laughed until he shook. Then he staggered to his feet and waved a long, bony finger at his accuser. "You tried to implicate me before, you whelp. You tried to shift John Gordon's murder on my shoulders, by God. Don't you try it again. I never saw that man out there before. Just a minute." The dignity, the note of authority in the boy's voice seemed to impress even Dwyer, hardened officer of the law that he was. 2 years ago, when I came out of college, I came here to study chemistry with Dr. Willoughby, my brother-in-law. I was interested in science. He'd gone further into some phases of it than any other teacher I could secure. I became his assistant in numerous tests. John Gordon was another assistant. "Why rake all that up?" snapped Dwyer impatiently. "All that detail came out at the trial." "Because you are going to know the truth. Because I'm going to prove my statements. I don't know if Andrew Willoughby is insane or not, but I do know that in the interest of science he will stop at nothing, not even murder. Please," he continued, raising a silencing hand as they would have interrupted him. He was making some tests of a new, very strange and interesting Eastern poison. It left no trace of any kind. A touch of it on a mucous membrane would produce instant death. This was not enough for Dr. Willoughby. He was searching for a poison whose mere contact would be deadly. At last he hit upon one, a harmless enough liquid until combined with metal and moisture. Lannon gave an exclamation of surprise. Willoughby had seated himself and now sat staring at the speaker with beaded, fascinated eyes. He wet his lips with the tip of his tongue, but otherwise made no movement. "The trouble with this poison," continued Moore, "was that the victim died in convulsions, the death being of several moments' duration. Consequently, Willoughby was still dissatisfied. I don't know what his desire was in making of poisoning a fine art. I don't think that at that time murder was his object. He sacrificed numerous animals in his experiments. Even Louise's pet Airedale and a Persian cat belonging to the housekeeper were destroyed. The brutality of their death, the horrible agony they suffered, was getting on my nerves. I wanted to get away. He did not let John Gordon into the secret of these poisons, so Gordon was in total ignorance of Willoughby's ambition. I began to fear my brother-in-law. There was an insane glitter in his eyes when at work. It dawned upon me that he would not endure any obstacle being placed in his way, and that because of my knowledge of his tests, he hated me, although he needed me. Then John Gordon was found dead. His attitude, the tortured expression on his face, proved conclusively he had been poisoned, though if Willoughby had not so painstakingly explained the nature of that poison, no one would have detected it in his system. Whether my brother-in-law deliberately killed him as a test, or it was an accident, I'm not prepared to state, but I had nothing to do with it. The metal cup which contained the coffee which Gordon drank, I never saw before, so help me God. Willoughby swore in court to my carelessness, that I had deliberately left that cup, which had been used on a tea table, and young Gordon had poured coffee into it and drank it. It was a lie. Dr. Willoughby himself did it. I had nothing to support my statement then. I was working for a reputable, famous scientist. What was my word against his? With every proof in the world against me. But I made up my mind that the instant those prison doors closed behind me, and I was once again a free man, I would not only prove my innocence, but Andrew Willoughby's guilt, and I've done so. He paused abruptly. I escaped. The papers gave the details. I took a chance in coming here, but as Louise's gardener I was safe from you, if Willoughby did not recognize me. For a long time he never noticed me. One servant was the same as another to him. His wife always engaged them. Then he noted our friendship, Louise's and mine, and became jealous. Too late we recognized our mistake. For the instant he took a good look at me, he knew who I was. As I said, he was cowardly. He knew I had something more than my liberty at stake. He feared me. He was afraid of what I knew of him. He instantly sensed that my presence in his household meant I was spying upon him. He could not send me away. He determined to do away with me. Cleverly, he planted the idea in the mind of all his wife's friends that she was unfaithful to him, that I was her lover. He did this so that if he were discovered as my murderer, he would be exonerated for protecting his honor. Then he began to study my habits. Knowing what he intended, I ate all my meals at a nearby roadhouse. Everything suspicious I handled with gloves. But in spite of all my precautions, if that poor devil had not appeared last night, this morning I would be a dead man. An enigmatical smile curled up the corners of Willoughby's eyes. He shifted his position. He glanced in an almost disinterested fashion at the papers tossed about the room. He contrived my murder in the cleverest, most diabolical fashion conceived of by man, continued Moore. Knowing that to water the plants I must attach that hose every morning, he carefully saw to it that it was unattached. Then, using this poison which he had perfected, he placed it on the faucet, so that the instant it came into contact with moisture and metal, it became deadly. So deadly that the touch of it on my bare hand was enough to kill me. Very pretty, said Dwyer with something like a snort, but it strikes me like some kind of a fairy tale. You can't get away with that stuff, young man. Moore smiled. I saw him place the poison on the hydrant faucet. So did his wife. I saw the tramp touch it and fall over dead. So did she. I've been hunting the formula, and his diary. Dwyer sniffed again, though he took the book, Moore extended toward him, and turned over its pages curiously. We're always getting dope on mysterious poisons that leave no trace, he said, but it's going a little too far to believe in the existence of one that kills by the mere touch of flesh which has no abrasion or scratch of any kind. Willoughby suddenly stiffened. His nostrils quivered. You don't doubt its existence, he exclaimed in a high-pitched, excited voice. I do. You don't believe what he says is true? I do not. Well, it is true, every word of it. The professional pride in the doctor's voice showed he'd clearly forgotten that such a statement meant an admission of murder. Are you confessing that you attempted your brother-in-law's life and killed that hobo? Exclaimed Dwyer, whirling on him. I'm making a statement that I've discovered the greatest existing poison, that I've proven its potency. You doubt my word? Watch. Before any of the startled spectators could stop him, he had reached for the little vial of amber-colored liquid Lannon so vividly recalled as spilling the night before, and pouring a little of it in a metal measuring cup half filled with water, he rubbed his hand over the surface of the cup. For a second he smiled whimsically at the men who stared in bewilderment at him. Then he suddenly stiffened, his muscles gave a convulsive movement, and he rolled off the chair onto the floor. Dead! Exclaimed the other physician, bending over him. Almost instantaneous. Well, I'm damned, ejaculated Dwyer. My sister, gasped young Moore. There was a horrified expression in his dark eyes. I must go to her. You don't want me, do you? No, but don't try to get away, replied Dwyer grimly, still staring in blank astonishment at the stark figure of their late host. You'll find everything in his diary, said the boy in the doorway. His vainglory prompted him to write it up. It prompted his death, said Lannon, turning away, heartsick at the thought. Then, the knowledge that Louise Willoughby was free sent him down into the drawing-room, where she sat, hands clasped in those of her brother. End of After Midnight by Martha Neville. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Brand of Cain by Ward Sterling. From The Black Mask, April 1922. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Brand of Cain by Ward Sterling. Dr. Andrews, the physician who had been called in by the coroner, gave as his opinion that Waldo Fellows had met death shortly after midnight. The conditions of the body, he said, proved his contention. Then, too, the fact that the blood with which the sheets had been smeared had dried and hardened caused him to stick to his statement. Yet Orville Hitchens, Fellows' secretary, swore that his employer had been alive and well at 2 o'clock in the morning. Hitchens stated that he had been summoned by Fellows at 1 o'clock and requested to drive to Amboy, 2 miles away for some bromide. Mr. Fellows had been extremely nervous of late and found himself unable to sleep. Finding that he had no bromide, a drug that he was accustomed to taking, he had awakened the secretary. Hitchens asserted that he had taken the light car, made the trip, and returned just before the clock struck 2. Fellows had taken a dose of the drug, and Hitchens had again retired. Henry Phelps, the drug clerk, verified Hitchens' statement as to the purchase of the bromide, while Landis, the chauffeur, told of getting out the light car for the secretary, who had driven it himself. In spite of this, Dr. Andrews stuck to his statement that the murdered man had been dead at least 10 hours when he made his examination. Swenson, the valet, had discovered the murder when he went to awaken his master at 8 o'clock. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Coroner Stevenson arrived, accompanied by Dr. Andrews and Bram Dwyer, the New York detective, who, with myself, was spending a few days' vacation in the little village. The prominence of the murdered man, coupled with the fact that the detective and Stevenson were old friends, caused the New Yorker to interest himself in the case at the latter's request. Fellows was a gentleman farmer, a man worth several $1,000,000 made in Wall Street, who, tired of the life in the city, had purchased Samoset Farms just at the edge of Amboy Township, and, after stocking it with the finest blooded cattle and horses that money could buy, had settled down to a life of rustic bliss. As time passed, he had added to his acreage by purchasing adjoining farms until half the township was his. He had erected a mansion around which he had built smaller homes for his employees. These, with the great barns, sheds for the machinery, dairy, and offices, made Samoset Farms almost a small town. Such a man as Waldo Fellows set down in the midst of a rural community is bound to be sought out by his fellow man. Twice he had reluctantly allowed himself to represent his district in the state legislature. The governor's chair could have been his for the asking. His fellow townsmen loved him for the nobility of his character. Yet he had enemies by the score, many of them the small landowners whose farms surrounded his. For the man who does things on a big scale is certain sooner or later to tramp on the toes of others. But who among those he had offended hated him to the extent of taking his life? 2. Fellows was murdered in bed, apparently in cold blood, for there was no evidence of a struggle of any kind. Nothing in the room had been disturbed. So far as could be ascertained, nothing of value had been taken. The fact that the bedding was not mussed led to the belief that the murderer had struck while his victim was asleep. None of the servants or Mrs. Fellows, who slept just across the hall, had heard any noise save when Hitchens returned from the drugstore with the drug which Fellows had requested. Mrs. Fellows had called over the transom to Hitchens to ask what was the matter, and he had told her of his employer's sleeplessness. The bottle of bromide, with a small quantity gone, was found on the table beside the bed. Bromide seldom acts inside half to 3/4 of an hour. Hence, assuming that Hitchens had told the truth, and everything pointed to his having done so, Fellows must, if he was killed in his sleep, have met death not earlier than 3 o'clock. Yet the blood which had flowed from the wound, the condition of the body, everything, led a cool, conservative medical man to declare that death was struck at least 3 hours earlier. Nor could his testimony be shaken. There were 12 servants who slept in the house, all occupying the upper floor, with the exception of Hitchens, Marie, Mrs. Fellows' maid, and Swenson, the valet. Watson, the butler and general man about the house, was the last person to bed, and according to his own statement, the first up in the morning. He had personally locked all the doors and windows on the first floor. They were all locked when he made his rounds in the morning. Hitchens, in going to the drugstore, had left the house by the side door. This he had left unlocked, relocking it upon his return. This led to the assumption on the part of some of the officials that the murderer had entered the place by that door during the secretary's absence, hiding until his return, and after Fellows was asleep, had struck the fatal blow and escaped by the same door, springing the lock after him. There was no other way of looking at the matter unless one went on the theory that the deed had been committed by one of the servants or Mrs. Fellows, and the latter was unthinkable, while the servants, all of them, had been in Fellows' employ for years, and were known to be absolutely loyal. Of course, the window of the sleeping rooms on the second floor were open. A man of agility might have gained an entrance in this way. But luckily, there had been a slight rainfall earlier in the evening, and as a result the ground was in a condition to take impressions easily. The coroner and the sheriff made a thorough search for marks of a ladder or footprints, but were positive that there was none beneath any of the windows. And there was always to be considered the lack of motive. Aside from the farmers who were jealous of the big landowner, there was no one known to hold a grudge against him. My friend Dwyer declined to assist the officials in their hunt for footprints, contenting himself to dawdle around the house as if greatly bored by the whole affair. Conversant as I am with his methods, I admit that this surprised me, for he is usually personified when there is some perplexing problem to be untangled. Eventually, however, the officials, nonplussed, were forced to turn to him for advice. He answered with a shrug of his shoulders, absolutely refusing to be drawn into a discussion of the case. Following the time-worn methods, the sheriff called all the servants together and examined them, eliciting no more information than had already been gained. It was at this point that Dwyer, who had been listening to the questioning without comment, offered a suggestion. "There is a band of gypsies camped a few miles the other side of town," he remarked quietly. "Their chief is old Father Lipke, a friend of mine. The old fellow knows his business from the ground up, fortune-telling, mind-reading, and all of that sort of stuff. In fact, he's assisted me on more than one occasion. I know that you'll laugh at me for the suggestion, but let me bring him here. I'll guarantee that he'll have the murderer by the heels inside of half an hour. How he does it I can't pretend to know. It's positively uncanny, the way he pulls off his stunts. But if it's results you want, then Lipke is your man." The sheriff sneered. Coroner Stevenson, in spite of his friendship for the detective, suppressed a smile with difficulty. "You don't want us to think you believe this rot, do you, Bram?" he inquired. My friend shrugged his shoulders again. "You asked for my opinion," he answered. "I'll give it to you. I'll take a chance on Father Lipke. In fact, as I have stated, I have many a time. The man has powers beyond the understanding of men like us. But, of course, it's up to you and the sheriff." 3. Darkness had fallen when Dwyer and the coroner again drove up to the Fellows' home, accompanied by Father Lipke, the gypsy. A typical member of his race was Lipke, a wrinkled little figure far past the age allotted to man. But in spite of his years, he carried himself like a youth of 20, and his black, beady eyes glittered like those of a boy as he prepared the stage for the affair, his huge brass earrings rattling like castanets as he hurried here and there. The spot selected by the coroner, upon the advice of Dwyer, for the test of Lipke's power was the huge living room on the lower floor. The servants were ordered to carry out all of the furniture, with the exception of the chairs, which were arranged along the wall. Then every member of the household, with the exception of the widow, was ordered to be present. The old man mumbled to himself, drew a large circle on the floor in the center of the room with a piece of charcoal, after which he commanded us to seat ourselves just outside the circular mark, warning us, under penalty of death, not to enter the circle unless commanded to do so by him. His next act was to produce a brazier, which he lighted and placed in the center of the circle. By its side he placed a small vessel containing water. The lights were then turned out. For an instant we were in darkness. Then the brazier flamed up, filling the room with an unearthly blue-greenish sort of glare. Chanting to himself, the old man threw a pinch of powder onto the flames at intervals. The light would turn for a second into a vivid red, then die away again to the dull, sickly, bluish-green. Suddenly he seated himself cross-legged at the side of the brazier and bowed his head. Closing his eyes as if in prayer, he mumbled to himself in an unintelligible jargon. I confessed to a feeling of nervousness. I could tell from the expression on their faces that the others were the same. The tension was becoming almost unbearable when the old man slowly raised himself to a standing position and, seizing the vessel of water, sprinkled it on the floor inside the circle, being extremely careful that not a single drop fell outside the mark. "I must protect you from the powers of evil," he exclaimed. Keeping carefully inside the mark, he made the rounds, touching each of us lightly on the forehead, making on each of us the sign of the cross. "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost," I heard him mumble to himself. Reseating himself on the floor, he again bowed his head, and once more his lips moved as if in prayer. Suddenly he fell over, and for several minutes writhed about as if in terrific pain. I leapt to my feet to assist him, but the strong hand of Bram Dwyer held me back. "Remember," he shouted, "the old man commanded us, regardless of what happened, not to cross the line." After 3 or 4 minutes the spasm ceased, and the gypsy, seemingly none the worse for his experience, arose and addressed us. "My friends," he commenced in his halting, broken English, "you have asked me here to use my arts in the detection of one who has committed a crime, the crime of murder. I have done my best. Inside this circle I have wrestled with the powers of darkness and the spirits of light. I know not which one of you committed this foul deed. No one knows save God. Yet he who has created all things will not allow the crime of murder to pass unnoticed. Therefore I say unto you this: if he who has committed this murder is in this room, there will appear upon his forehead the sign of the cross, the mark that God placed upon Cain. This alone I can do. More than that I am not allowed, for my powers are limited." He signaled for Dwyer to turn on the lights. An instant later we were blinking at the unaccustomed brightness. The old man seized the brazier and held it close to the face of each of us, gazing into our eyes, as if seeking to read there the secret he was bent upon obtaining. Then there came a shriek, a gasp of astonishment, of horror, a cry. I turned my head, my eyes following the gaze of the others. Upon the forehead of Hitchens was the sign of the cross. For a second there was silence, cold, oppressive silence. The secretary gazed from one to another of us mutely, questioningly. Then his eyes sought the mirror above the fireplace. Afterward, I recalled that Dwyer had seated him in front of the glass. His face became drawn. The sweat stood out on his forehead in great beads. Slowly, as if stunned, his fingers sought the accursed mark upon his forehead. He spat upon his hands and rubbed the spittle against the spot, as if to erase it. He held the tips of his fingers in front of his eyes, surveying them thoughtfully, dazed. Then, without warning, he dropped to his knees, his arms outstretched toward the swarthy man within the circle. "I did it! I did it!" he shrieked. 4. "No, I never met Lipke until yesterday," Dwyer chuckled to us as, 2 hours later, Hitchens safely lodged in jail, he sat with the coroner, the sheriff, and myself in the former's parlor and went over the various phases of the case. I'm a fairly good judge of character, and when I noticed him begging on Main Street yesterday, I immediately placed the old fellow as being far above the average of his class mentally, and capable of playing almost any part he might be called upon to take. I realized far better than the rest of you that the murderer was too clever to be captured unless some subterfuge was used, and when you appealed to me, Stevenson, my thought reverted at once to the old man. A falsehood or two in the interest of justice is, in my opinion, perfectly allowable, and that I was correct in my estimate is proved by what happened. What appealed to me from the very start was the apparent lack of motive. Had we been able to supply a motive, we might have been able to lay our hands on the man who struck the blow. But in the absence of one, it became necessary to try some radical step. To imagine that one of the farmers hereabouts would become jealous enough to strike fellows down was absurd, and, granting that some of them might have the nerve, they lacked the imagination to pull off so mysterious a crime. I was confident in my own mind that Hitchens was the guilty party. Why? Because he was the only man who had the opportunity to kill fellows. But, on the other hand, his frank statements apparently eliminated him from the suspects. Let us analyze the affair a trifle deeper. Dr. Andrews swears that Fellows was killed shortly after midnight. We now know that he was correct, but Hitchens bobs up with the story of being in conversation with the murdered man at 2 o'clock. He was able to prove his statements by 2 reputable and disinterested witnesses, Landis, the chauffeur, and Phelps, the drug clerk. Therefore, my conclusion was that either Hitchens was lying or that the physician was wrong. But my experience has taught me that medical men are, as a general rule, cold-blooded. That is, they figure things out with mathematical accuracy, and, by the law of averages, they are right 99 times out of 100. Therefore, Hitchens was lying. But so far as we knew, there was no motive. Now, the average man has deep within him a streak of superstition and a fear of whatever he does not understand. Therefore, I took the indolent attitude before the servants, finally working things up to a climax so that they expected wonderful things from the gypsy whom I had touted so highly. As soon as you gave your permission, I hunted up the old man, whose name, by the way, is not Lipke, but Rodrigo. For $10 he agreed to play the part the way I told him to, and that he sustained my estimate of him, I believe you will all agree. I spent the afternoon in coaching him. I felt that, in case Hitchens did not confess, we would have lost nothing. But I was betting on the superstitious streak in his makeup, and won out. We all know what his motive was. He had been systematically robbing his employer for years. Fellows had become suspicious, and last night notified the secretary that they would go over the books together today. Hitchens waited until his employer was sleeping, then entered the room by means of a key that he had secured possession of, struck the fatal blow, then went through the mummery of going to the village after the bromide, thus providing himself with an almost perfect alibi. With Fellows dead, he figured that, as confidential man, he would be retained for a year or 2 to come, finally reaching the point where he could get his hands on a large sum of money and make his escape before his defalcations were discovered. "But," rumbled the sheriff, I'm still in the dark as to how the gypsy caused the black cross to appear on his forehead just by mumbling a few prayers. Those people know a lot of black art that we more civilized people will never be able to understand. Dwyer grinned. I furnished the black art myself, he answered. It cost me 10 cents at the drugstore. The old man made the cross on Hitchin's forehead first, if you will recall the affair. He had just dipped his hand into a vessel of what looked like water. He only pretended to dip his hand into it when he anointed the rest of you. The heat of the brazier brought out the mark, or started it, when he held it up and pretended to peer into your faces. What was it? Merely a 10% solution of ammonium chloride, the same stuff from which invisible ink is made. The old man's skin being dark, it didn't come out on his hand as it did on Hitchin's forehead. And that's the whole story. The end of The Brand of Cain by Ward Sterling.
The Cheated Juliet by Q. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. The Cheated Juliet. Extracted from the Memoirs of a Retired Burglar. The house in question was what Peter the Scholar, who corrects my proof sheets, calls one of the Runesbury sort, the front facing a street and the back looking over a turfed garden with a lime tree or two, a laburnum, and a lawn tennis court marked out, its white lines plain to see in the starlight. At the end of the garden a door, painted dark green, led into a narrow lane between high walls, where, if two persons met, one had to turn sideways to let the other pass. The entrance to this lane was cut in two by a wooden post about half the height of your hip, and just beyond this, in the high road, George was waiting for us with the dog-cart. We had picked the usual time, the dinner hour. It had just turned dark, and the church clock 2 streets away was chiming the 8:15, when Peter and I let ourselves in by the green door. I spoke of and felt along the wall for the gardener's ladder that we knew was hanging there. A simpler job there never was. The bedroom window we had marked on the first floor stood right open to the night air, and inside there was the light of a candle or two flickering, just as a careless maid will leave them after her mistress has gone down to dinner. To be sure, there was a chance of her coming back to put them out, but we could hear her voice going in the servants' hall as we lifted the ladder and rested it against the sill. "She's good for half an hour yet," Peter whispered, holding the ladder while I began to climb. "But if I hear her voice stop, I'll give the signal to be cautious." I went up softly, pushed my head gently above the level of the sill and looked in. It was a roomy place, with a great half-tested bed hung with curtains, standing out from the wall on my right. The curtains were of chintz, a dark background with flaming red poppies sprawling over it, and the further curtain hid the dressing table and the candles upon it and the jewel case that I confidently hoped to stand upon it also. A bright Brussels carpet covered the floor, and the wallpaper, I remember, though for the life of me I can't tell why, was a pale grey ground, worked up to imitate watered silk, with sprigs of gilt honeysuckle upon it. I looked round and listened for half a minute. The house was still as death up here. Not a sound in the room or in the passages beyond. With a nod to Peter to hold the ladder firm, I lifted one leg over the sill, then the other, dropped my feet carefully upon the thick carpet, and went quickly round the bed to the dressing table. But at the corner, and as soon as ever I saw round the chintz curtain, my knees gave way, and I put out a hand toward the bedpost. Before the dressing table, and in front of the big glass in which she could see my white face, was an old lady seated. She wore a blaze of jewels and a low gown out of which rose the scraggiest neck and shoulders I ever looked upon. Her hair was thick with black dye and fastened with a diamond star. The powder between the 2 candles showed her cheekbones like flour on a miller's coat. Chin on hand, she was gazing steadily into the mirror before her, and even in my fright I had time to note a glass of sherry and a plate of rice and curry stood at her elbow, among the rouge pots and powder puffs. While I stood stock still and pretty well scared out of my wits, she rose, still staring at my image in the glass, folded her hands modestly over her bosom, and spoke in a deep, tragical voice. "The prince!" Then, facing sharply around, she held out her thin arms. "You have come at last?" There wasn't much to say to this, except that I had, so I confessed it. Even with the candles behind her, I could see her eyes glowing like a dog's, and an uglier poor creature this world could scarcely show. "Is the ladder set against the window?" "Since you seem to know, ma'am," said I, "it is." "Ah, Romeo, your cheeks are ruddy, your poppies are too red." "Then I am glad my colours come back, for to tell the truth, you did give me a turn just at first. You were looking out for me, no doubt." "My prince!" She stretched out her arms again, and being pretty well at my wit's end, I let her embrace me. "It has been too long," she said. "Oh, the weary while, and they ill-treat me here. Where have you been all this tedious time?" I wasn't going to answer that, you may be sure. It appeared to me that 'twas my right to ask questions rather than stand there answering them. "If they've been ill-treating you, ma'am," said I, "they shall answer for it." "My love." "Yes, ma'am. Would it be taking a liberty if I asked their names?" "There is Gertrude." "Gertrude's hash is as good as settled, ma'am. I checked off Gertrude on my thumb." "That's my niece." For a moment I feared I'd been a little too prompt, but she went on. "And next there's Henry, and the children, who have more than once made faces at me. And Phipson." "Phipson's in it too?" "You know her?" "Don't I? It surprised me a trifle to find that Phipson was a female." 3 times tonight she pulled my hair, and the rice she brought me, look at it, all stuck together and sodden." "Phipson shall pay for it with her blood." "My hero, my darling, don't spare Phipson. She screams bitterly if a pin is stuck in her. I did it once. Stick her all over with pins." By this time I'd begun to guess what was pretty near the truth, that I was talking with a mad aunt of the family below, and that the game was in my hands if I played with decent care. So I brought her to face the important question. "Look here," I said, "all this shall be done when you are out of their hands. At present I'm running a considerable risk in braving these prosecutors of yourn. Dearest madam, the ladder's outside and the carriage waiting. Hadn't we better elope at once?" She gave a sob and fell on my arms. "Oh, is it true? Is it true? Pinch me that I may wake if this is but a happy dream." "Are you ready?" "This moment." "There's just one other little thing, ma'am. Your jewels. You won't leave them to your enemies, I suppose?" This was the dangerous moment, and I felt a twitch of the nerves as I watched her face to see how she would take the suggestion. But the poor silly soul turned up her eyes to mine, all full of tears and confidence. "Dearest, I am old, old. Had you come earlier, my beauty had not wanted jewels to set it off. But now I must wear them to look my best as your bride." She hid her face in her hands for a second, then turned to the dressing table, lifted her jewel case and put it into my hands. "I am ready," she repeated. "Let us be quick and stealthy as death." She followed me to the window and looking out drew back. "What horrible black debts!" "It's as easy," said I, "as pie. You could do it on your head. Look here." I climbed out first and helped her, setting her feet on the rungs. We went down in silence, I choking with laughter all the way at the sight of Peter below, who was looking with his mouth open and his lips too weak to meet on the curses of wonderment that arose from the depths of him. When I touched the turf and handed him the jewel case, he took it like a man in a trance. We put the ladder back in its place and stole over the turf together. But outside the garden door, Peter could stand no more of it. "I've a firearm in my pocket," whispered he, pulling up, "and I'm going to fire it off to relieve my feelings if you don't explain here and now. Who in pity's name is she?" "You mug, she's the original Sleeping Beauty. I'm eloping with her and you've got her jewels." "Pardon me, Jem," he says in his gentlemanly way, "if you don't quite see, are you taking off to melt her or marry her? For how to get rid of her else?" The poor old creature had halted too, 3 paces ahead of us, and waited while we whispered, with the moonlight that slanted down into the lane, whitening her bare neck and flashing in her jewels. "One moment," I said, and stepped forward to her. "You had better take off those ornaments here, my dear, and give them to my servant to take care of. There's a carriage waiting for us at the end of the lane, and when he has stowed them under the seat, we can climb in and drive off. To the end of the world, to the very rim of it, my hero." She pulled the gems from her ears, hair, and bosom and handed them to Peter, who received them with a bow. Next she searched her pocket and drew out a tiny key. Peter unlocked the case, and having carefully stowed the diamonds inside, locked it again, handed back the key, touched his hat, and walked off towards the dog-cart. "My dearest lady," I began as soon as we were alone between the high walls. "It's a devotion of a life." Her bare arm crept into mine. "There is a little time left for us in which to be happy. Year after year I have marked off the almanac. Day by day I have watched the dial. I saw my sisters married and my sisters' daughters, and still I waited. Each had a man to love her and tend her, but none had such a man as I would have chosen. There were none like you, my prince. No, I dare say not. Oh, but my heart is not so old. Take my hand, it is firm and strong. Touch my lips, they are burning." A low whistle sounded at the top of the lane. As I took her hands, I pushed her back, and turning, ran for my life. I suppose that as I ran, I counted 40 before her scream came, and then the sound of her feet pattering after me. She must have run like a demon, for I was less than 10 yards ahead when Peter caught my wrist and pulled me up onto the back seat of the dog-cart, and before George could set the horse going, her hand clutched at the flap on which my feet rested. It missed its grasp, and she never got near enough again, but for half a minute I looked into that horrible face following us and working with silent rage, and for half a mile at least I heard the patter of her feet in the darkness behind. Indeed, I can hear it now. End of A Cheated Juliet by Q. Recording by Annie Mars.
The Clock by Arthur Styron, from Weird Tales, June 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Clock by Arthur Styron. All my life I have had a deep and abiding dread of monotony. The unvarying and wearisome sameness of life irks me and fills me with depression. I fear and hate all men because I am compelled to shun them in order to avoid that hideous mother of monotony, habit, which tears my nerves to shreds and flings them mockingly in my twitching face. Regularity of any sort fills me with resentment and impotent rage against the scheme of things. The steady patter of raindrops drives me, hysterical and gibbering, to bury my face among the pillows, under a mattress, any place where the steady drip-drop is not audible. The sound of drum beats fills me with such uncontrolled rage and fury that I shriek aloud in my distress and hurl stones or any missile available at the miscreant who dared to provoke me. I cannot, I dare not, I will not endure drab uniformity. My imaginative and excitable temperament demands variety. Since I am thus constituted, is it any wonder that clocks fill me with hatred and terror? Those prosaic engineers of space, with their dreadful, unfailing cadence, their ceaseless vigil over man's allotted time, their steady and untiring tick-tack, tick-tack toward eternity. They terrify me, poison me, madden me, those hideous reminders of inexorable time, the faithful ally of unrelenting and unyielding death. I lived alone with an old woman who had taken me, when I was a child, from a foundlings' home. Her I loved in a way, for she was kind and very old and feeble. yet she always insisted upon regularity, eating, sleeping, and working at set times. And when I undertook to vary my life from day to day, such as retiring at noon and rising for breakfast at midnight, in order that I might thus break the monotony of my existence, I met with such determined opposition from the old woman that her, too, I began to fear and hate. The house in which we lived was an old, rambling country place of splendid and pretentious proportions, though with an air of pervading gloom and loneliness. The furnishings were mostly heirlooms and antiques of great beauty and value, of which the old woman was very proud. Among the chattels were 2 ancient and costly clocks of rare and unusual design and workmanship. They stood side by side in the great hall, tall, grim, and spectral, regulating the household by their minute divisions of space. At least one of them did so. The other had not run for many, many years. The old woman had frequently related to me how that one had stopped at 1/4 midnight, the very minute, aye, the very second, her husband had died. Stopped of its own accord, so she said, or by the hand of some unseen guest. With her own hands she cared for and cleaned and polished the 2 clocks. Every night, with unvarying regularity, she wound the living clock, which, she told me with the utmost confidence, would stop at the moment of her death, just as the other one had stopped when her husband died. Is it any wonder, then, that I feared these damnable machines almost as much as I hated them? I might have borne the awe and dread with which I regarded them, but the continual ticking of a living clock, the old woman's life-piece, as I called it, lashed my nerves to such a state of frenzy that, goaded beyond endurance, I would rush, trembling and screaming, from the house, into the night, the cold, the storm, anywhere, away from that gruesome monotony, that eternal cadence. There was a chime, too, a chime that gave out a thick, gloomy, resonant sound, filling me with foreboding and terror, a sound that brought to mind grim death and a grimmer reckoning, that told of unsubdued passions and stern retribution. Each quarter the time increased until, upon the hour, it became a complete stanza. So gruesome was the effect of this music upon my imagination that I could not rid my thoughts of it. I could not sleep. I could not rest. Always I was anticipating, waiting for the next installment. Sometimes, in the small of the night, I would creep from my sleepless bed and crouch in the dark, chilly hall, in order that I might hear the ticking and chiming more plainly, waiting for the dreadful music to start again, and then for the next sound, and the next, and so on until morning. At times I would make a determined effort to throw off the spell. I would say to myself, after the next quarter chimes I shall hurry to bed and fall asleep before it sounds again. Then, as soon as the quarter's direful melody had ceased, I would hasten to my room, shivering with cold and nervousness, and lie with tightly closed eyes, courting sleep. But big, pointed hands would clutch at my heart. Brassy voices would laugh musically and mockingly in my ears, until, unable to endure it longer, I would rush back to the dark, cold hall, where I would count the steady tick-tocks and listen for the unvarying chime the rest of the night long. As time wore on, I realized that my condition was becoming grave. Thoughts of destroying the clock occupied me constantly, but I could not do it because I feared the frightful thing with all my soul. On one occasion I did approach the old woman with cunningly and clever arguments as to why she herself should stop the clock, but she indignantly refused. After that, so it seemed to me, I began to detect her stealing furtive and suspicious glances at me. She suspected my trouble. She knew. Dear God, I verily believe she knew my suffering and agony, and yet she would not stop that fiendish clock. So I began to burn with remorseless hatred for the old woman, a desire for revenge. Then it was that I cunningly devised a scheme to appease my hatred of the old woman and rid myself of the monster at the same time. The old woman had said that the clock would stop of its own accord when she died. Very well. In this way she should accomplish what she had refused to do, and what I myself feared to do. Yes, I resolved to kill the old woman. I felt sorry for her because she had been kind to me, and she was very old and feeble. But she stood between me and my happiness, and she must die. That very night I would perpetrate the deed, and rid myself forever of this lesion upon my soul. After dark, I began to make my arrangements. They were very simple. The house stood in a lonely neighborhood. No one would hear. The old woman was very aged and infirmed, and could make no resistance. She retired early, as was her wont, and I went to my room to listen and wait. I planned to wait until the midnight hour had struck, and then accomplish the deed before the clock should begin another day with its quarter's melody. Hardly breathing, I crouched in my room until the midnight hour had struck, waited until the last note of the awful dirge had faded into the dreadful stillness of night. Then, carrying in my hands a small hatchet, I made my way stealthily toward the old woman's room. I moved very slowly and cautiously, inch by inch, creeping on my hands and knees, so as to make no sound. On my way I paused before the tall, grim clock to gloat. "Monster!" I gibbered in a high, thin voice, for I did not wish the old woman to hear and become alarmed. "Fiend! Damned soul! Never again will you raise your hellish voice. Never again shall I tremble and shake with terror at your taunting melody. Never again, for soon you will be forever stilled." In my excitement I had unconsciously allowed my voice to rise to a shrill, piercing treble. Rage possessed me. I rose to my feet and shook my fist at its evil shape. I screamed maledictions and curses at it, and laughed with fiendish joy and triumph. "Agent of hell!" I shrieked, brandishing my hatchet and dancing in a frenzy of hate. "You have spoken your last. You shall never, never use your brassy lungs again." The words were scarcely out of my mouth when, on the clear, dreadful stillness of the night, there broke a sound. Hoarse, bold, mocking. A sound that froze my blood, that made my hair rise with terror, that filled me with surging fury. I had miscalculated my time because I had not gone by the clock. The demon was beginning to strike the quarter, to mock me. Beginning, but no more, for with the first note such a wave of rage and loathing swept over me, hatred of the monster, and the fury at having been thwarted in my plans, that I forgot my fear, forgot everything save that I was mad. I uttered an awful cry and leapt upon it. With superhuman strength I dashed it to the floor, where it fell with a terrific crash. Shrieking invectives, I tore into its vitals with my bare hands, destroying, mangling. "Devil!" I raved. "You shall not speak! You shall not! You shall not!" In a few minutes it was a complete wreck. It lay on the floor, bruised, broken, seeming, in my excited imagination, like a murdered thing. Laughing loudly and shrilly, and clutching in my wounded, blood-stained hands the remnants of the mutilated machine, I rushed to the old woman's room. She lay quietly on the bed, gazing at me with horror-dilated eyes. "See!" I screamed, throwing the bloody remnants upon the floor. "See, old woman, there is your clock. Now it will hardly stop when you die. Ha ha!" Then a strange feeling of awe crept over me. I ceased raving and looked intently at the old woman. In the pale light of a flickering candle, I could see that she still gazed at me with horror-dilated eyes, but now I saw that they were sightless. The old woman was dead. She had died when the clock stopped. The end of The Clock by Arthur Styron. Darkness by Charles Hilland Craig. From Weird Tales, September 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Darkness by Charles Hilland Craig. I am told that coincidence in a story is an element for which editors and readers have a dislike which approaches the sparkling. But if a story be 33 1/3% of each, coincidence, imagination on the part of the principal character, and irony, what then? Coincidence, which is another name for destiny, played its trump early in the life of Graham Fletcher. In fact, before his life began. But it was many years before the stakes were dragged across the table of life and into the lap of a sneering fate. It all started when his father, John Fletcher, was carried home after a terrific explosion in which he lost an arm and the sight in 2 perfectly good eyes. His young wife fainted at the horror of it, and only a week later Graham Fletcher was born into the world, while on the wall opposite the mother's bed a dread phantom played hide-and-seek with the tremendous human eye, the half of which was missing. And the years which followed bared mute witness that in that terrible hour a gargantuan fear was transmitted to the soul of young Fletcher, a fear of blindness. 2. The daily sight of his stricken father had its influence upon the boy as he passed through his early youth. Blindness. Indelibly there was seared on his brain the fear of it, the horror of it. It was when he was 14 that a prophecy was made about him. Now the fortune-teller had given ample proof that she was just as elaborate a liar as the average fortune-teller is supposed to be. She didn't try to tell his fortune in the orthodox way, however. In fact, he didn't want her to tell it. It so happened that young Graham was just as full of old Nick as any boy. It seemed human nature to him, then, to hurl pebbles at the horse tied behind the gypsy's wagon. He meant no real harm, but that did not prevent a jagged pebble from striking an eye of one of the horses in such a manner as to cause the animal to scream fearfully, while blood spurted from the injured optic. The wrath of the woman fell upon the boy. Hoarsely she spoke to him in broken English. "For that you pay. Pay, see? You blind this horse, one day you be blind too. Then you die." No doubt she would have done more than prophesy had it not been for the crowd near at hand. But it was more than enough. She had set her mark upon the soul of young Graham Fletcher. He would not forget. And so was another coincidence born, almost an inexcusable one. The years passed. Deeper and deeper into the being of Graham Fletcher pushed that phantom of unrest. He had gone home crying after the incident with the fortune-teller, but he was never to forget. It was shortly after that that his imagination began to work overtime. He had bad dreams. That was the first development. In these dreams he saw a hideous old hag with vulpine features and hawk-like claws striving to reach his face, his eyes. Bad dreams at night, if continued, easily give rise to daydreams. Now, daydreams are supposed to be pleasant. They are, if you sleep well. But Graham Fletcher didn't, and so he began to see things, even in the day. Many things happened which increased his fear. There was the time a hard-bodied little bug got into his eye. It sickened him, but his terror overcame even the feeling of nausea. A life in utter dark, such as that his father was leading, stared him in the face. He was afraid. Of course, there had been other incidents. Once he had tried to play football. A rough tackle which resulted in a black eye put the taboo upon that forever. Then there was the incident of the automobile race, when a driver ran through the fence, and a splinter of board struck Fletcher in the face, breaking his glasses and cutting a deep gash under the left eye. The whole world, it seemed, was conspiring to do away with the sight of Graham Fletcher. Thereafter, he never attended the races, and, though he needed spectacles, he never wore them. Fletcher, of course, had his recurrent nightmare. Strange to relate, the old gypsy woman failed to appear again. Instead, it was something intangible, yet quite real, which oppressed him. The change made it all the more certain he was doomed. He never could figure out his illusion satisfactorily. Sometimes he seemed to be crushed under a weight that all the power in the world could not move. Again, it seemed that he was dropped through infinite space. Always, though, there was a sense of his eyes being dragged out of him. At first, his awakenings would be with tears. Then, as he grew older, he would awaken in a state of cold, clammy sweat. After the dream, there was little sleep for him again the same night. It was when he was 19 that he felt claws on his eyes. Thereafter, he left the light burning in his room when he went to bed. It was only natural that Fletcher should try to find things to keep him occupied, so that he would have no time to think of his illusions. He kept busy, but the phantoms continued to come. He welcomed with avidity the chance to go into the North Woods for a short stay with 2 friends. For a time, Fletcher was so busily engaged in the hunt that he forgot his troubles. All would have gone well, perhaps, had he not been left alone that night in the cabin. Jones and Gordon tramped over to the station together to get supplies. They promised to be back before dark, and Fletcher had no premonition of impending disaster. During the afternoon he had hiked through the woods and later wrote several letters. It was when the shadows became a bit flickery that Graham Fletcher felt the chill of the bitter cold creep through him. Twilight fell. The black shadow among the trees had arms now, arms that groped for him. Blind arms they were, blind. He fled to the safety of the cabin. For a few minutes the light gave him comfort. Then he saw the shadows in the cabin, shadows that moved. He jerked open the cupboard and took down a flat bottle. He tasted the liquid, drank. He tried to read, but the shadows kept creeping up one side of the page. The shadows. Sometimes they seemed to form claws, claws that reached for his eyes. He drank again, and again. Then he decided that his partners had stayed over at the station, so he went to bed, leaving the light burning on the table. He put the flashlight near him. His thoughts eased back over other days. He kept his mind from the specter, and finally fell asleep. He dreamed. This time, a new trouble beset him. That bottle, whiskey. He had read of a number of deaths resulting from the drinking of wood alcohol in liquor. Now he tossed feverishly, and after a while went to sleep again. The tall, old-fashioned clock to which he had paid scant attention awakened him when it struck 7. He lay for a moment thinking. 7. The sun would be up, and... Blackness was like a pall about him. It was thick, hideous. He could almost feel it, hear it, taste it. Blackness. Could it be that he had heard wrong? That it was still night? No. Where the lamp had been left burning on the table, he could see no light. A cry of agonized dismay burst from his lips. His senses reeled, but by a powerful effort of his will, he was able to reach the flashlight. Full into his eyes, he left it for a long minute. There was no answering glow. "God!" he said. "Ah, fool that you are, Graham Fletcher. Had you but looked at the oil lamp, you would have realized that it would not burn more than an hour. And did you not throw away the useless battery in the flashlight yourself? Blind? You are not blind, Graham Fletcher, but you do not know this. You are moaning softly as you reach for the gun beside your bed. It is but the work of a moment to put the end of the barrel in your mouth and push the trigger with your toe. There. Destiny has raked the table clean once more." Jones and Gordon were appalled when they saw the body of the suicide stretched out on the floor. No possible motive made itself apparent to them. I suggest that this was a story or coincidence. There is but one thing more. It is for the friends to glance at the clock, note that it is 5 hours fast, and by some hocus-pocus decide at what hour their friend took his own life. But they don't look, and therein is the irony. The clock will tick merrily on until it has run down. The end of Darkness by Charles Hilland Craig. In the Forest of Villafair by Robert E. Howard. From Weird Tales, August 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. In the Forest of Villafair by Robert E. Howard. The sun had set. The great shadows came striding over the forest. In the weird twilight of a late summer day, I saw the path ahead glide on among the mighty trees and disappear. And I shuddered and glanced fearfully over my shoulder. Miles behind lay the nearest village. Miles ahead, the next. I looked to left and right as I strode on, and anon I looked behind me. And anon I stopped short, grasping my rapier, as a breaking twig betokened the going of some small beast. Or was it a beast? But the path led on, and I followed, because, forsooth, I had naught else to do. As I went, I bethought myself. My own thoughts will rout me if I am not aware. What is there in this forest, except perhaps the creatures that roam it, deer and the like? Tush, the foolish legends of those villagers. And so I went, and the twilight faded into dusk. Stars began to blink, and the leaves of the trees murmured in the faint breeze. And then I stopped short, my sword leaping to my hand, for just ahead, around a curve in the path, someone was singing. The words I could not distinguish, but the accent was strange, almost barbaric. I stepped behind a great tree, and the cold sweat beaded my forehead. Then the singer came in sight, a tall, thin man, vague in the twilight. I shrugged my shoulders. A man I did not fear. I sprang out, my point raised. "Stand." He showed no surprise. "I prithee, handle thy blade with care, friend," he said. Somewhat ashamed, I lowered my sword. "I am new to this forest," I quoth apologetically. "I hear talk of bandits. I crave pardon. Where lies the road to Villa Fair?" "Corbleu, you've missed it," he answered. "You should have branched off to the right some distance back. I'm going there myself. If you may abide my company, I will direct you." I hesitated. Yet, why should I hesitate? "Why, certainly, my name is Monteur de Normandy, and I am Carlos de Lupe." "No!" I started back. He looked at me in astonishment. "Pardon," I said. "The name is strange. Does not Lupe mean wolf?" "My family were always great hunters," he answered. He did not offer his hand. "You will pardon my staring," said I, as we walked down the path, "but I can hardly see your face in the dusk." I sensed that he was laughing, though he made no sound. "It is little to look upon," he answered. I stepped closer, then leapt away, my hair bristling. "A mask!" I exclaimed. "Why do you wear a mask, monsieur?" "It is a vow," he explained. "In fleeing a pack of hounds, I vowed that if I escaped, I would wear a mask for a certain time." "Hounds, monsieur?" "Wolves," he answered quickly. "I said wolves." We walked in silence for a while, and then my companion said, "I am surprised that you walk these woods at night. Few people come this way, even in the day." "I am in haste to reach the border," I answered. "A treaty has been signed with the English, and the Duke of Burgundy should know of it. The people at the village sought to dissuade me. They spoke of a wolf that is purported to roam these woods." "Here the path branches to Villa Fair," said he, and I saw a narrow, crooked path that I had not seen when I passed it before. It led in among the darkness of the trees. I shuddered. "Do you wish to return to the village?" "No," I exclaimed. "No, no, lead on." So narrow was the path that we walked single file, he leading. I looked well at him. He was taller, much taller than I, and thin, wiry. He was dressed in a costume that smacked of Spain. A long rapier swung at his hip. He walked with long, easy strides, noiselessly. Then he began to talk of travel and adventure. He spoke of many lands and seas he had seen, and many strange things. So we talked and went further and further into the forest. I presumed that he was French, yet he had a very strange accent that was neither French nor Spanish nor English, nor like any language I had ever heard. Some words he slurred strangely, and some he could not pronounce at all. "This path is not often used, is it?" I asked. "Not by many," he answered, and laughed silently. I shuddered. It was very dark, and the leaves whispered together among the branches. "A fiend haunts this forest," I said. "So the peasants say," he answered, "but I have roamed it oft, and never have seen his face." Then he began to speak of strange creatures of darkness, and the moon rose, and shadows glittered among the trees. He looked up at the moon. "Haste," he said. "We must reach our destination before the moon reaches her zenith." We hurried along the trail. "They say," I said, "that a werewolf haunts these woodlands." "It might be," said he, and we argued much upon the subject. "The old women say," said he, "that if a werewolf is slain while a wolf, then he is slain. But if he is slain as a man, then his half-soul will haunt his slayer forever. But haste thee, the moon nears her zenith." We came into a small, moonlit glade, and the stranger stopped. "Let us pause a while," said he. "Nay, let us be gone," I urged. "I will not this place." He laughed without sound. "Why," said he, "this is a fair glade. As good as a banquet hall it is, and many times I have feasted here. Ha, ha, ha! Look ye, I will show you a dance." And he began bounding here and there, anon flinging back his head and laughing silently. Thought I, the man is mad. As he danced his weird dance, I looked about me. The trail went not on, but stopped in the glade. "Come," said I, "we must on. Do you not smell the rank, hairy smell that hovers about the glade? Wolves' den here. Perhaps they are about us, and are gliding upon us even now." He dropped upon all fours, bounded higher than my head, and came toward me with a strange, slinking motion. "That dance is called the Dance of the Wolf," he said, and my hair bristled. "Keep off!" I stepped back, and with a screech that set the echoes shuddering, he leapt for me, and, though the sword hung at his belt, he did not draw it. My rapier was half out when he grasped my arm and flung me headlong. I dragged him with me, and we struck the ground together. Wrenching a hand free, I jerked off the mask. A shriek of horror broke from my lips. Beast eyes glittered beneath that mask. White fangs flashed in the moonlight. The face was that of a wolf. In an instant those fangs were at my throat. Taloned hands tore the sword from my grasp. I beat at that horrible face with my clenched fists, but his jaws were fastened on my shoulder. His talons tore at my throat. Then I was on my back. The world was fading. Blindly I struck out. My hand dropped, then closed automatically around the hilt of my dagger, which I had been unable to get at. I drew and stabbed. A terrible, half-bestial bellowing screech. Then I reeled to my feet, free. At my feet lay the werewolf. I stooped, raised the dagger, then paused, looking up. The moon hovered close to her zenith. If I slew the thing as a man, its frightful spirit would haunt me forever. I sat down, waiting. The thing watched me with flaming wolf eyes. The long, wiry limbs seemed to shrink, to crook. Hair seemed to grow upon them. Fearing madness, I snatched up the thing's own sword and hacked it to pieces. Then I flung the sword away and fled. The end of In the Forest of Villafert by Robert Howard. Hate by David M. Newell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Hate by David M. Newell. Old man Cal Rhodes staggered under a smashing blow in the mouth, shaking his grizzled head in a vain attempt to clear his sight, so that he might yet pound the bloody face that loomed before him. But he was done for. That last crushing blow had broken him, and he sank slowly to his hands and knees in the soft, damp soil. Little old man Knight swayed on his feet, gazing vacantly down on his larger foe. It had been a bitter, bitter fight. the result of an old quarrel between these backwoods neighbors, and contrary to local custom, they had fought it out clean. Old Man Tom had said quietly, "No guns or knives, Cal," and Cal had agreed. Mrs. Tom had watched old Tom go down to the field with many misgivings, calling after him, "He ain't to be trusted, Tom, that cracker ain't, and sides, he's bigger'n you. Better take your pistol. God made guns and knives to make all men the same size. And if y'all can't fight like gentlemen, but has to use your fists, why, don't come home less you whip him." Old Tom had just shaken his head, and now, as he looked down on his enemy, he spoke again quietly, through his battered, bleeding lips. "I whipped you fair, Cal, and you know I did. But you fought well. Let's call it quits." Old Man Cal raised his head with a great effort. For a moment his lips moved with no sound, and his swollen eyes burned with savage hate. Then, "All right, Tom, you whip me fair. Let the hair go with the hide." They shook hands, and old Tom picked up his coat and walked slowly off toward his cabin under the big live oaks. For a long time thereafter Cal Road sat staring off to the west, across the hare field and charred pine stumps. The preacher leaned across his pulpit in his earnestness that bright Sunday morning. "The heart is deceitful and wicked above all things. Who can know it?" That's my text, friends, and y'all know it's true. I don't know what's in your heart, and you don't know what's in mine. God knows and sees. May He find no malice in any of our hearts this morning. If y'all turn to—" And Calvin Rhodes, with unhearing ears, gazed beneath shaggy brows at old Tom in the pew across, devising a way. 2 years passed. Old Man Cal paused in his plowing and again stared out across the little field. Again he saw himself beaten, whipped by a smaller man in a fair fight, and he spoke aloud. "I'll have revenge on ye, Tom Knight, if'n that's the last thing I ever do. I hate the sight of ye. I hate your name." From far away towards the cypress swamp came the distant cry of a hound. Cal Rhodes stopped. The hound's baying was growing steadily nearer, and the old man forgot his grudge. "By jingo, that's Zeb Allison's rowdy, and he's a-bringing a deer out across the ridge, as sure as I'm a foot high." There was no time to go to his own house for a gun, and he bethought himself of the night cabin. "I'll get Tom's, the old— Might as well let him think I'm peaceable like, till I get my chance." He arrived at the neighbors out of breath. Mrs. Tom met him at the door. "Why, howdy, Cal, come in," she beamed. "Sure glad you've decided to let bygones be bygones. Tom's down at the mill house a-grinding cane." "Can't come in, thank you, ma'am," panted old Man Cal. "Just wanted to borrow Tom's gun. There's a dog a-comin' with a deer, and I thought maybe as how I could cut him off." "Sure," agreed Mrs. Tom. "There it is a-settin' behind the door. Hope you get the deer, and if'n you do, bring us a quarter, as we're plumb out of meat." Old Man Cal noticed the gun was loaded as he ran. When he reached the hog pasture gate, Rowdy and the deer had passed, and he sat down on a log to get his breath. "Might 'a' knowed I couldn't kill nothin' with his gun anyway, the old skunk," he exploded, his failure to get a shot fanning his hatred. A sudden idea seized him. He rested a few minutes, and then returned to the field, where he unhitched his mule and started up the lane to his own cabin. Arriving there, he went to a cupboard and took down his old powder horn and pouch of shot. Craftily, he peered from the window to make sure no one watched. An hour or two later the gun stood in its place behind the door, and Cal Rhodes shifted uneasily on his feet as he said, "No, ma'am, I didn't get there in time. Thank y'all anyway. Spring came. Old Man Tom plowed his corn and played in the evenings to Little Tom on his banjo. And Calvin, hearing Little Tom's whoops of pleasure at the old darky's song, would shake his fist in the direction of the sound and go inside, wherein I don't have to listen to the old skunk's voice. A lank cracker boy on an ancient moth-eaten mule pulled up in front of Cal's cabin. "Heard the news?" he shouted to Old Man Cal, who was coming up the lane from feeding his hogs. "Tom Knight dropped dead this evening. Just all of a sudden. Heart failure, I reckon." "What?" screamed old Cal. "It can't be. It mustn't be. I don't believe it. The cracker boy addressed the group in front of the post office. "I never seed the like of the way old man Rhodes carried on when I told him. Why, he must have actually got to love Mr. Knight. He sure did take on." They buried old Tom Knight from the little backwoods church. Calvin Rhodes, by request of the Knight family, served as a pallbearer. With his last look at old Tom's weather-beaten face, now so still and white, he cursed silently at the fate that had robbed him of his revenge, and went home to brood alone. Death had cheated him. There was nothing he could do. A year passed. Little Tom shouldered the farming valiantly, and Widow Knight, as befitted her heroic breed, took up the lighter chores. Old Cal tilled his little field. It could be seen that he had aged from his stooping shoulders, and the way he would absently stop in his plowing to stare vacantly into thin air. Came another fall. From far across the ridge floated the faint, quivering cry of an old hound. Calvin Rhodes heard and shouted to Little Tom in the next field. "Get your gun, son, and come a-running. The old pitey dog of Zeke's is a-comin' with a deer." Little Tom came a-running, eyes bright with excitement. "Hurry up, Mr. Rhodes. He'll cross by the hog pasture gate," he puffed, handing the old muzzle-loader to Cal. Old Cal hurried as best he could, and together they crouched in a pine thicket. It might have been the same buck that broke again into the clearing. Old Cal fired. The preacher drew a large handkerchief from his shabby coat. "Friends," he said, "we're here today to pay respect to our beloved brother, Calvin Weatherby Rhodes. He was a good and kind man with malice toward none. His death is a great loss to our little community. He was a noble, forgiving spirit. May we all learn from him the spirit of forgiveness." And Little Tom, in his father's seat, sniffled softly and whispered, "Poor Mr. Rhodes! I sure wonder what made the gun sound so uncommon loud and burst that away." The end of Hate by David M. Newell. 33. No Way Out. From Minute Mysteries by H.A. Ripley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. No Way Out by H.A. Ripley. On a battered desk in the small, dark room lay a penciled note in handwriting resembling that of the dead man. Dear John, you know the trouble I'm in. There's only one way out, and I'm taking it. You're my pal, and will understand. Good luck. Signed, Paul. The only other furniture consisted of the chair in which Paul Morrow had been found with his throat cut, a bed, and a high, ornate, and apparently brand-new wastebasket. It had been definitely established that the dead man had not left the room during the 24 hours before he was discovered. Finishing his examinations of the contents of the dead man's pockets, 2 $20 bills, a cheap watch, and an expensive wallet in which there was a picture of a beautiful woman, Fordney turned his attention to the meager inventory of the room. "That's all we can find," said Inspector Kelly, indicating a dictionary, scraps of a letter in a feminine handwriting found in the ornate wastebasket, a pen, some cheap stationery, a few clothes, pipe and tobacco, and a bloody, razor-sharp knife. "Certainly has all the appearances of suicide," he continued. "This door was locked, and no one could have left by the window. What do you make of it, Fordney?" The professor didn't reply at once. He picked up the photograph, studied it a moment, and then, with a slow, searching look around the small room, said, "Better try to piece those bits of letter together. This isn't suicide, it's murder." "I believe you're right," exclaimed Kelly, with dawning comprehension. Number 33. No Way Out. The note was written with pencil, yet there was no pencil found in the room. Apparently the murderer wrote the note to resemble the dead man's handwriting, and through force of habit put it in his pocket. Men are men. The best sometimes forget. Shakespeare. The end of No Way Out by H.A. Ripley. A Quicksilver Cassandra by John Kendrick Bangs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Quicksilver Cassandra by John Kendrick Bangs. It was altogether queer, and Jingleberry to this day does not entirely understand it. He had examined his heart as carefully as he knew how, and had arrived at the entirely reasonable conclusion that he was in love. He had every symptom of that malady. When Miss Marion Chapman was within range of his vision, there was no room for anyone else there. He suffered from that peculiar optical condition which enabled him to see but one thing at a time when she was present. And she was that one thing, which is probably the reason why, in his mind's eye, she was the only woman in the world. For Marion was ever present before Jingleberry's mental optic. He had also examined, as thoroughly as he could, in hypothesis, the heart of this only woman, and he had, or thought he had, which amounts to the same thing, reason to believe that she reciprocated his affection. She certainly seemed glad always when he was about. She called him by his first name, and sometimes quarreled with him, as she quarreled with no one else. And if that wasn't a sign of love in woman, then Jingleberry had studied the sex all his years, and they were 32, for nothing. In short, Marion behaved so like a sister to him that Jingleberry, knowing how dreams and women go by contraries, was absolutely sure that a sister was just the reverse from that relationship which in her heart of hearts she was willing to assume toward him, and he was happy in consequence. Believing this, it was not at all strange that he should make up his mind to propose marriage to her, though, like many other men, he was somewhat chicken-hearted in coming to the point. 4 times had he called upon Marion for the sole purpose of asking her to become his wife, and 4 times had he led up to the point, and then talked about something else. What quality is it in a man that makes a coward of him in the presence of one he considers his dearest friend, is not within the province of this narrative to determine. But Jingleberry had it in its most virulent form. He had often got so far along in his proposal as, "Marian, will you, and there he had often stopped, contenting himself with such commonplace conclusions as, "Go to the matinee with me tomorrow," or "Ask your father for me if he thinks the stock market is likely to straighten soon," and other amazing substitutes for the words he so ardently desired, yet feared to utter. But this afternoon, the one upon which the extraordinary events about to be narrated took place, Jingleberry had called, resolved not to be balked in his determination to learn his fate. He had come to purpose, and the purpose he would, ruet coelum. His confidence in a successful termination to his suit had been reinforced that very morning by the receipt of a note from Miss Chapman, asking him to dine with her parents and herself that evening, and to accompany them after dinner to the opera. Surely that meant a great deal, and Jingleberry conceived that the time was ripe for a blushing yes to his long-deferred question. So he was there, in the Chapman parlor, waiting for the young lady to come down and become the recipient of the interesting interrogatory, as it is called in some sections of Massachusetts. "I'll ask her the first thing," said Jingleberry, buttoning his Prince Albert, as though to impart a possible needed stiffening to his backbone. "She will say yes, and then I shall enjoy the dinner and the opera so much more. Ahem. I wonder if I am pale. I feel sort of... There's a mirror. That will tell." Jingleberry walked to the mirror, an oval, gilt-framed mirror, such as was very much in vogue 50 years ago, for which reason alone, no doubt, it was now admitted to the gold and white parlor of the house of Chapman. "Blessed things, these mirrors," said Jingleberry, gazing at the reflection of his face. "So reassuring. I'm not at all pale. Quite the contrary. I'm red as sunset. Good omen, that. The sun is setting on my bachelor days. And my scarf is crooked. Ah!" The ejaculation was one of pleasure, for pictured in the mirror Jingleberry saw the form of Marian, entering the room through the portieres. "How do you do, Marian? Been admiring myself in the glass," he said, turning to greet her. Then he stopped, as well he might, for he addressed no one. Miss Chapman was nowhere to be seen. "Dear me," said Jingleberry, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. "How extraordinary! I surely thought I saw her. Why, I did see her. That is, I saw her reflection in the Ha, ha, ha! She caught me gazing at myself there, and has hidden." He walked to the door and drew the portiere aside, and looked into the hall. There was no one there. He searched every corner of the hall, and the dining room at its end, and then returned to the parlor, but it was still empty. And then occurred the most strangely unaccountable event in his life. As he looked about the parlor, he for the second time found himself before the mirror, but the reflection therein, though it was of himself with his back turned to his real self, as he stood gazing amazedly into the glass. And besides this, although Jingleberry was alone in the real parlor, the reflection of the dainty room showed that there he was not so, for seated in her accustomed graceful attitude in the reflected armchair was nothing less than the counterfeit presentation of Marian Chapman herself. It was a wonder Jingleberry's eyes did not fall out of his head, he stared so. What a situation it was, to be sure, to stand there and see in the glass a scene which, as far as he could observe, had no basis in reality, and how interesting it was for Jingleberry to watch himself going through the form of chatting pleasantly there in the mirror's depths with the woman he loved. It almost made him jealous, though. The reflected Jingleberry was so entirely independent of the real Jingleberry. The jealousy soon gave way to consternation, for, to the wondering suitor, the independent reflection was beginning to do that for which he himself had come. In other words, there was a proposal going on there in the glass, and Jingleberry enjoyed the novel sensation of seeing how he himself would look when passing through a similar ordeal. Altogether, however, it was not as pleasing as most novelties are, for there were distinct signs in the face of the mirrored Marian that the mirrored Jingleberry's words were distasteful to her, and that the proposition he was making was not one she would entertain under any circumstances. She kept shaking her head, and the more she shook it, the more the glazed Jingleberry seemed to implore her to be his. Finally, Jingleberry saw his quicksilver counterpart fall upon his knees before Marian of the glass, and hold out his arms and hands toward her in an attitude of prayerful despair, whereupon the girl sprang to her feet, stamped her left foot furiously upon the floor, and pointed the unwelcome lover to the door. Jingleberry was fairly staggered. What could be the meaning of so extraordinary a freak of nature? Surely it must be prophetic. Fate was kind enough to warn him in advance, no doubt. Otherwise it was a trick. And why should she stoop to play so paltry a trick as that upon him? Surely fate would not be so petty. No, it was a warning. The mirror had been so affected by some supernatural agency that it divined and reflected that which was to be, instead of confining itself to what Jingleberry called simultaneity. It led instead of following or acting coincidentally with the reality, and it was the part of wisdom, he thought, for him to yield to its suggestion and retreat. And as he thought this, he heard the sweet, soft voice behind him. "I hope you haven't got tired of waiting, Tom," it said, and, turning, Jingleberry saw the unquestionable real Marian standing in the doorway. "No," he answered shortly. I have had a very entertaining 10 minutes, but I must hurry along, Marian," he added. "I only came to tell you that I have a frightful headache, and, I can't very well manage to come to dinner or go to the opera with you tonight." "Why, Tom," pouted Marian, "I am awfully disappointed. I had counted on you, and now my whole evening will be spoiled. Don't you think you could rest a little while and then come?" "Well, I want to, Marian," said Jingleberry, "but to tell the truth, I really am afraid I am going to be ill. I've had such a strange experience this afternoon. Tell me what it was," suggested Marian sympathetically, and Jingleberry did tell her what it was. He told her the whole story from beginning to end, what he had come for, how he happened to look in the mirror, and what he saw there. And Marian listened attentively to every word he said. She laughed once or twice, and when he had done she reminded him that mirrors have the habit of reversing everything, and somehow or other Jingleberry's headache went away, and, well, everything went. The end of A Quicksilver Cassandra by John Kendrick Bangs.
There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence McLaughlin. There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. Doctors had given him just 1 month to live, a month to wonder what comes afterward. There was one way to find out. Ask a dead man. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly, the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" he cursed me, and then his body arched in the middle, and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat, tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain, until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that, though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body, and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. He landed heavily, with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair. His right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk, before he was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago, the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live. And with $7 million in the bank, I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan. One which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before, I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of aborigines living in the jungles at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I had never had the need to use it, until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim, my collaborator, I preferred to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, a homeless, friendless non-entity, picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum, and when he died, he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operations is the stock market. I spend money unstintingly to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in position to give me the information I want. And only when I am as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong, do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make this system work for me one last time before I died. I'm a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming, and, of course, its attendant circumstances. For a moment, he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated, louder and sharper this time. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an unnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear. "I am in a tunnel," he said. "It is lighted dimly, but there is nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks, like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist, and I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It is an apprehension, an emanation, so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. The walls to either side of me seem to be formed not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy, of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me. That need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it." His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "I do not know," he said, his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness. "I know only that I must wait. That compulsion is greater than my strength to combat." The tone of his voice changed slightly. "The tunnel about me is widening now, and the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel, and still I stand and wait. How long must this go on?" He fell silent again, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let the time run out in long silences. But abruptly the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marveled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. "There is something coming toward me," he said. "A beast of brutish foulness. Beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and evasive thing, but very real. And it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I feel that it can see me, or rather that it is aware of me, with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. Oh God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful, fearsome destructiveness that is its very essence. And still I cannot move." The expression of terrified anticipation centered in his eyes, lessened slightly, and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. "I am no longer afraid," he said. "Why?" I interjected. "Why?" I was impatient to learn all I could before the end came. "Because," he paused, "because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, someday, I understand, I know, that it too is seeking that for which I wait." "What is it doing now?" I asked. "It has stopped beside me, and we stand together, gazing across the stark, empty plain. Now a second awful entity, with the same leashed virulence about it, moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait, myself with a dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. bits of... he faltered. Of... I can only name it aura. Go out from the beasts like an acid stream and touch me, and the hate and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of the awful breed behind me. We stand, waiting for that which will come. What it is, I do not know. I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly a black frustration built up within me. "What are you waiting for?" I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. Think, I pleaded. What are you waiting for? I do not know. The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. I do not know, he repeated. Yes, I do know! Abruptly, the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left, for good. It had to be now. Tell me, I command you, I cried. What are you waiting for? His voice was quiet as he murmured, softly, implacably, before he was gone. We are waiting, he said, for you. End of There Is a Reaper by Charles V. DeVette. Recording by Lawrence McLaughlin.
The Search Party's Finds by Grant Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Virgil. The Search Party's Find. I can stand it no longer. I must put down my confession on paper, since there is no living creature left to whom I can confess it. The snow is drifting fiercer than ever today against the cabin. The last biscuit is almost finished. My fingers are so pinched with cold I can hardly grasp the pen to write with. But I will write. I must write. I am writing. I cannot die with a dreadful story unconfessed upon my conscience. It was only an accident. Most of you who read this confession perhaps will say. But in my own heart I know better than that. I know it was murder, a wicked murder. Still, though my hands are very numb, and my head swimming with delirium, I will try to be coherent, to tell my story clearly and collectedly. I was appointed surgeon of the Cotopaxi in June 1880. I had reasons of my own, sad reasons, for wishing to join an Arctic expedition. I didn't join it, as most of the other men did, from pure love of danger and adventure. I am not a man to care for that sort of thing on its own account. I joined it because of a terrible disappointment. For 2 years I had been engaged to Dora. I needn't call her anything but Dora. My brother, to whom I wish this paper sent, but whom I daren't address as Dear Arthur, how could I, a murderer, will know well enough who I mean, and to all the other people, it isn't needful that they should know anything about it. But whoever you are, whoever finds this paper, I beg of you, I implore you, I adjure you, do not tell a word of it to Dora. I cannot die unconfessed, but I cannot let the confession reach her. If it does, I know the double shock will kill her. Keep it from her. Tell her only he is dead, dead as his post, like a brave man, on the Cotopaxi exploring expedition. For mercy's sake, don't tell her that he was murdered, that I murdered him. I had been engaged, I say, 2 years to Dora. She lived in Arthur's parish, and I loved her. Yes, in those days I loved her purely, devotedly, innocently. I was innocent then myself, and I really believe good and well-meaning. I should have been genuinely horrified and indignant if anybody had ventured to say that I should end by committing a murder. It was a great grief to me when I had to leave Arthur's parish, and my father's parish before him, to go up to London and take post as a surgeon to a small hospital. I couldn't bear being so far away from Dora. And, at first, Dora wrote to me almost every day with the greatest affection. Heaven forgive me if I still ventured to call her Dora, her so good and pure and beautiful, and I, a murderer. But after a while, I noticed slowly that Dora's tone seemed to grow colder and colder, and her letters less and less frequent. Why should she have begun to cease loving me, I cannot imagine. Perhaps she had a premonition of what possibly wickedness was really in me. At any rate, her coldness grew at last so marked that I wrote and asked Arthur whether he could explain it. Arthur answered me, a little regretfully, and with brotherly affection, he is a good fellow, Arthur, and that he could. He feared, it was painful to say so, but he feared Dora was beginning to love a new lover. A young man had lately come to the village of whom she had a great deal, and who was handsome and brave and fascinating. Arthur was afraid he could not conceal from me his impression that Dora and the stranger were very much taken with one another. At last one morning a letter came to me from Dora. I can put it in here because I carried it away with me when I went to Hammerfest to join the Cotopaxi, and ever since I have kept it sadly in my private pocketbook. Dear Ernest, she had always called me Ernest since we had been children together, and she couldn't leave it off even now when she was writing to let me know she no longer loved me. Can you forgive me for what I am going to tell you? I thought I loved you till lately, but then I had never discovered what love really meant. I have discovered it now, and I find that, after all, I only liked you very sincerely. You will have guessed before this that I love somebody else, who loves me in return with all the strength of his whole nature. I have made a grievous mistake, which I know will render you terribly unhappy. But it is better so than to marry a man whom I do not really love with all my heart and soul and affection. Better in the end, I am sure, for both of us. I am too much ashamed of myself to write you more. Can you forgive me? Yours, Dora. I could not forgive her then, though I loved her too much to be angry. I was only broken-hearted, thoroughly stunned and broken-hearted. I can forgive her now, but she could never forgive me, heaven help me. I only wanted to get away, anywhere, and forget all about it in a life of danger. So I asked for the post of surgeon to Sir Paxton Bateman's Cotopaxi Exposition a few weeks afterwards. They wanted a man who knew something about natural history and deep-sea dredging, and they took me on at once, on the recommendation of a well-known man of science. The very day I joined the ship at Hammerfest in August, I noticed immediately that there was one man on board whose mere face and bearing and manner were at first sight excessively objectionable to me. He was a handsome enough young fellow, one Harry Lamarchant, who had been a planter in Queensland, and who, after being burned up with 3 years of tropical sunshine, was anxious to cool himself, apparently by a long winter of Arctic gloom. Handsome as he was, with his black mustache and big dark eyes rolling restlessly, I took an instantaneous dislike to his cruel thin lip and cold, proud mouth the moment I looked upon him. If I had been wise, I would have drawn back from the expedition at once. It is a foolish thing to bind oneself down to a voyage of that sort unless you are perfectly sure beforehand that you have at least no instinctive hatred of any one among your messmates in that long forced companionship. But I wasn't wise, and I went on with him. From the first moment, even before I had spoken to him, I disliked Lamarchant. Very soon I grew to hate him. He seemed to me the most recklessly cruel and devilish creature, God forgive me I should say that, I had ever met within my whole lifetime. On an Arctic expedition, a man's true nature soon comes out, mine certainly did, and he lets his companions know more about his inner self in 6 weeks than they could have possibly learned about him in years of intercourse under other circumstances. And the second night I was on board the Cotopaxi, I learned enough to make my blood run cold about Harry Lamarchant's ideas and feelings. We were all sitting on deck together, those of us who were not on duty, and listening to yarns from one another, as idle men will, when the conversation happened accidentally to turn on Queensland, and Lamarchant began to enlighten us about his own doings while he was in the colony. He boasted a great deal about his prowess as a disperser of the blackfellows, which he seemed to consider a very noble sort of occupation. There was nobody in the colony, he said, who had ever dispersed so many blacks as he had, and he'd like to be back there dispersing again, for, in the matter of sport, it beat kangaroo hunting or any other kind of shooting he had ever yet tried his hands at, all to pieces. The second lieutenant, Hepworth Patterson, a nice, kind-hearted young Scotchman, looked up at him a little curiously, and said, "Why, what do you mean by dispersing, Lamarchant? Driving them off into the bush, I suppose, isn't that it? Not much fun in that I can see, scattering a lot of poor, helpless, black, naked savages." Lamarchant curled his lip contemptuously. He didn't think much of Patterson, because his father was said to be a Glasgow grocer, and answered in his rapid daredevil fashion, "No fun, isn't there just? That's all you know about it, my good fellow. Now, I'll give you one example. One day, the inspector came in and told us there were a lot of blacks camping out on our estate down by the Wardwadee River. So we jumped on our horses like a shot and went down there immediately and began dispersing them. We didn't fire at them because grass and ferns and things were very high, and we might have wasted our ammunition, but we went at them with native spears, just for all the world like pig sticking. You should have seen those black fellows run for their lives through the long grass, men, women, little ones together. We rode after them, full pelt. As we came up with them one by one, we just rolled them over, helter-skelter, as if they had been antelopes or bears or something. By and by, after a good long charge or two, we cleared the place of big blacks altogether. But the gins and children, some of them lay lurking among the grass, you know, and wouldn't come out and give us fair sport, as they ought to have done out in the open. Children will pack, you see, whenever they're hard driven, exactly like a grouse, after a month or two steady shooting, well, to make them start and show game. Of course, we put a match to the grass. In just a minute the whole thing was ablaze, right down to the corner of the two rivers. So we turned our horses into the stream and rode alongside, half a dozen of us on each river. Every now and again one of the young ones would break cover and slide out quietly into the stream and try to swim across without being perceived, and get clean away back into the country. Then we made a dash at them with pig spears, and sometimes they'd dive, the precious good divers they are too, those Queenslanders, I can tell you. But we waited around until they came up again, and then we struck them as sure as houses. That's what we call dispersing natives over in Queensland, extending the blessings of civilization to the unsettled parts of the back country. He laughed a pleasant laugh to himself quietly as he finished this atrocious devilish story, and showed all his white teeth all in a row, as if he thought the whole reminiscence exceedingly amusing. Of course, we were all simply speechless with horror and astonishment. Such a deliberate, brutal murderousness! Gracious heavens, what am I saying? I'd half forgotten for a moment that I, too, am a murderer. "But what had the blackfellows done to you?" Patterson asked with a tone of natural loathing, after we had all sat silent and horror-stricken in a circle for a moment. "I suppose they'd been behaving awfully badly to some white people somewhere, massacring women or something, to get your blood up in such a horrid piece of butchery." The merchant laughed again, a quiet chuckle of conscious superiority, and only answered, "Behaving badly? Massacring white women? Lord bless your heart, I'd like to see them. Why, the wretched creatures wouldn't ever dare do it. Oh, no, nothing of that sort, I can tell you. And our blood wasn't up either. We went in it just for by the way of something to do, and to keep our hands in. Of course, you can't allow a lot of lazy, hulking blacks to go knocking around the neighborhood of an estate, stealing your fowls and fruit and so forth, without let or hindrance. It's the custom in Queensland to disperse the black fellows. I've often been out riding with a friend, and I've seen one sulking about somewhere in the hollow among the tree ferns, and I've drawn my 6-shooter, and I said to my friend, 'You see me disperse that confounded one,' and I've dispersed him right off, into little pieces too, you may take your oath upon it." "But do you mean to tell me, Mr. Lemerchant," Patterson said, looking a deal more puzzled and shocked, "that these poor creatures have been doing absolutely nothing?" "Well, now, that's the way of all you home-sticking sentimentalists," Lemarchant went on with an ugly simper. "You want to push on the outskirts of civilization and see the world colonized, but you're too squeamish to listen to anything about the only practicable civilizing and colonizing agencies. It's the struggle for existence, don't you see? The plain outcome of all the best modern scientific theories. The black man has got to go to the wall. The white man, with his superior moral and intellect nature, has got to push him there. At bottom, it's nothing more than civilization. Shoot 'em off at once, I say, and get rid of them forthwith and forever." "Why," I say, looking at him with my disgust speaking in my face, heaven forgive me, "I call it nothing less than murder." The merchant laughed and lit his cigar, but after that, somehow, the other men didn't care much to talk to him in an ordinary way more than was necessary for carrying out of the ship's business. And yet he was a very gentlemanly fellow, I must admit, and well read and decently educated. Only there seemed to be a certain natural brutality about him, under a thin veneer of culture and good breeding, that repelled us all dreadfully from the moment we saw him. I dare say we shouldn't have noticed it so much if we hadn't been thrown together so closely as men are on Arctic voyage, but then and there it was positively unendurable. We none of us held any communications with him whenever we could help it, and he soon saw that we of all of us thoroughly disliked and distrusted him. That only made him reckless and defiant. He knew he was bound to go the journey through with us now, and he set to work deliberately to shock and horrify us. Whether all the stories he told by the wardroom fire in the evenings were true or not, I can't tell you. I don't believe they all were, but at any rate he made them seem as brutal and disgusting as the most loathsome details could possibly make them. He was always apologizing, nay, glorying in the bloodshed and slaughter, which he used to defend with a show of cultivated reasoning that made the naked brutality of his stories seem all the more awful and unpardonable at bottom. And yet one couldn't deny all the time there was a grace of manner and a show of polite feeling about him which gave him a certain external pleasantness in spite of everything. He was always boasting that women liked him, and I could easily understand how a great many women who only saw him with his company manners might even think him brave and handsome and very chivalrous. I won't go into the details of the expedition. They will be found fully and officially narrated in the log, which I have hidden in the captain's box in the hut besides the captain's body. I need only mention here the circumstances immediately connected with the main matter of this confession. One day, a little while before we got jammed into the ice off the Liakov Islands, Lemarchant was up on deck with me, helping me remove from the net of creatures that we had dredged up in our shallow soundings. As he stooped to pick out a Leptocardium burale, I happened to observe that a golden locket had fallen out of the front of his waistcoat, and showed a lock of hair on its exposed surface. Lemarchant noticed it too, and with an awkward laugh put it back hurriedly. "My little girl's keepsake," he said in a tone that seemed to me disagreeably flippant about such a subject. "She gave it to me just before I set off on my way to Hammerfest." I stared in some astonishment. He had a little girl then? A sweetheart, he meant obviously. If so, heaven help her. Poor soul, heaven help her. For any woman to be tied to life to such a creature as that was really quite too horrible. I didn't even like to think upon it. I don't know what devil prompted me, for I seldom spoke to him, even when we were told off on duty together, but I said at last after a moment's pause, "If you are engaged to be married, as I suppose you are from what you say, I wonder you could bear to come away on such long business as this, when you couldn't get a word or a letter from the lady you're engaged to for a whole winter." He went on picking out the shells and weed as he answered in a careless, jaunty tone, "Why, to tell you the truth, doctor, that was just about the very meaning of it. We were going to be married next summer, you see, and for reasons of her papa's, the deuce knows what, my little girl couldn't possibly be allowed to marry 1 week sooner. There I'd been, knocking about and spooning with her violently for 3 months nearly, and the more I spooned, the more tired I got of it, and the more she expected me to go on spooning. Well, I'm not the sort of man to stand around billing and cooing for a whole year together. At last things grew monotonous, and I wanted an excuse to go off somewhere, where there'd be some sort of fun going on till summer came and we could get spliced properly. For she's got some tin too, and I didn't want to throw her over. But I felt that if I got to keep on spooning and spooning for a whole winter without intermission, the thing would really be one too many for me, and I should have to give it up from sheer weariness. So I heard of this precious expedition, which is just a sort of adventure I like, and I wrote and I volunteered for it. And then I managed to make my little girl and her dear papa believe that I was an officer in the Naval Reserve, and I was compelled to go when asked, willy-nilly. It's only about half a year, you know, darling, and all that sort of thing. You understand the line of country. Meanwhile, I'm saved the bother of ever writing to her or getting any letters from her either, which is almost, in its way, equal nuisance." "I see," I said shortly. "Not to put too fine a point on it, you simply lied to her." "Upon my soul," he answered, showing his teeth again, but this time by no means pleasantly. "You fellows on the Cotopaxi are really the sternest set of moralists I ever met with outside a book of sermons or a Surrey melodrama. You ought to have all been the parsons, every man jack of you. That's just about what you're fit for." On the 14th of September we got jammed in the ice, and the Cotopaxi went to pieces. You will find in the captain's log how part of us walked across the pack to the Liakov Islands and settled ourselves here on Point Sibiriakov in winter quarters. As to what became of the other party which went southwards to the mouth of Lena, I know nothing. It was hard winter, but by the aid of our stores and occasional walrus shot by one of the bluejackets, we managed to get along until March without serious illness. Then, one day, after a spell of terrible frost and snow, the captain came to me and said, "Doctor, I wish you'd come and see Lemarchant in the other hut here. I'm afraid he's got a bad fever." So I went to see him. So he had a raging fever. Fumbling about amongst his clothes to lay him down comfortably on the bearskin, for of course we had saved no bedding from the wreck, I happened to knock out once more the same locket that I had seen when he was emptying the dragnet. There was a photograph in it of a young lady. The seal oil lamp didn't give it very much light in the dark hut. It was still long winter night on the Liakov Islands. But even so, I couldn't help seeing and recognizing the young lady's features. Great heaven support me, uphold me, I reeled with horror and amazement. It was Dora. Yes, his little girl that he spoke of so carelessly, that he lied to so easily, that he meant to marry so cruelly, was my Dora. I had pitied the woman who was to be Harry Lemarchant's wife, even when I didn't know who she was in any way. I pitied her terribly, with all my heart, when I knew that she was Dora, my own Dora. If I had become a murderer after all, it was to save Dora from that unutterable, abominable ruffian. I clutched the photograph in the locket eagerly and held it up to the man's eyes. He opened them dreamily. "Is that the lady you're going to marry?" I asked him, with all the boiling indignation of that terrible discovery seething and burning in my very face. He smiled and took it all in half a minute. "It is," he answered, in spite of the fever, with all his old daredevil carelessness. "And now I recollect that they told me the fellow she was engaged to was a doctor in London, and a brother of the parson. By Jove, I never thought of it before that your name, too, was actually Robinson. That's the worst of having such a deuced common name as yours. No one ever dreams of recognizing your relations. Hang it all, if you're the man, I suppose now, out of revenge, you'll be wanting to next go and poison me. You judge others by yourself, I'm afraid, I answered sternly. Oh, how the words seemed to rise up in judgment against me at last, now the dreadful thing is all over. I doctored him as well as I was able, hoping in all the time in my inmost soul, for I will confess it all now, that he would never recover. Already in wish I had become a murderer. I was too horrible to think that such a man as that should marry Dora. I had loved her once, and I love her still. I love her now. I shall always love her. Murderer as I am, I say it nevertheless. I shall always love her. But at last, to my grief and disappointment, the man began to mend and get better. My doctoring had done him good. All the sailors, though they did not love him, had shot him once or twice a small bird, of which we made fresh soup, that seemed to revive him. Yes, he was coming round, and my cured medicines had done it all. He was getting well, and he would still go back to marry Dora. The very idea put me into such a fever of terror and excitement that at last I began to exhibit the same symptoms as Lamarchant himself had done. The captain saw I was sickening, and feared the fever might prove an epidemic. It wasn't, I knew that. Mine was brain, Lamarchant's was intermittent, but the captain insisted upon disbelieving me. So he put me and Lamarchant into the same hut, and made all the others clear out, so as to turn it into sort of a temporary hospital. Every night I put out from the medicine chest 2 quinine powders apiece for myself and Lamarchant. One night, it was the 7th of April, I can't forget, I woke feebly from my feverish sleep, and noticed in a faint sort of fashion that Lamarchant was moving about restlessly in the cabin. Lamarchant, I cried authoritatively, for as surgeon I was, of course, responsible for the health of the expedition. Go back and lie down upon your bearskin this minute. You're a great deal too weak to go and get anything for yourself yet. Go back this minute, sir, and if you want anything, I'll pull the string, and Patterson'll come see what you're after. For we had fixed a string between the 2 huts, tied to a box at the end, as a rough means of communication. All right, old fellow, he answered more cordially than I had ever yet heard him speak to me. It is all square, I assure you. I was only seeing whether you were quite warm and comfortable on your rug there. Perhaps, I thought, the care I've taken of him has made him feel really a little grateful to me. So I dozed off and thought nothing more at the moment about it. Presently I heard a noise again, and woke up quietly, without starting, but just opened my eyes and peered around as well as the dim light of the little oil lamp would allow me. To my great surprise, I could make out somehow that Lamarchant was meddling with the bottles in the medicine chest. Perhaps, thought I again, he wants another dose of quinine. Anyhow, I'm too tired and sleepy to ask him anything just now about it. I knew he hated me, and I knew he was unscrupulous, but it didn't occur to me to think that he would poison the man who had just helped him through a dangerous fever. At 4, I awoke as I always did, and proceeded to take one of my powders. Curiously enough, before I tasted it, the grain appeared to me to be rather coarser and more granular than the quinine I had originally put there. I took a pinch between my finger and thumb, and placed it on my tongue by way of testing it. Instead of being bitter, the powder, I found, was insipid and almost tasteless. Could I possibly, in my fever and delirium, though I had not consciously been delirious, have put some other powder instead of the quinine into the 2 papers? The bare idea made me tremble with horror. If so, I might have poisoned Lamarchant, who had taken one of his powders already, and was now sleeping quietly upon his bearskin. At least I had thought so. Glancing accidentally to his place in that moment, I was vaguely conscious that he was not really sleeping, but lying with his eyes held half open, gazing at me cautiously and furtively through his closed eyelids. Then the horrid truth flashed suddenly across me. Lamarchant was trying to poison me. Yes, he had always hated me, and now that he knew I was Dora's discarded lover, he hated me worse than ever. He had gotten up and taken a bottle from the medicine chest, I felt certain, and put something else instead of quinine into my paper. I knew his eyes were fixed upon me then, and for the moment I dissembled. I turned around and pretended to swallow the contents of the packet, and then lay down upon my rug as if nothing unusual had happened. The fever was burning me fiercely, but I lay awake, kept up by the excitement, until I saw that he was really asleep, and then I once more undid the paper. Looking at it closely by the light of the lamp, I saw a finer powder sticking closely to the folded edges. I wetted my finger, put it down, and tasted it. Yes, that was quite bitter. This was quinine, no doubt about it. I saw at once what Lamarchant had done. He had emptied out the quinine and replaced it with some other white powder, probably arsenic. But a little of the quinine still adhered to the folds in the paper because he had been obliged to substitute it hurriedly, and that at once had proved that it was no mistake of my own, but that Lamarchant had really made the deliberate attempt to poison me. This is a confession, and a confession only, so I shall make no effort in any way to exculpate myself for the horrid crime I committed the next moment. True, I was wild with fever and delirium. I was maddened with the thought that this wretched man would marry Dora. I was horrified at the idea of sleeping in the same room with him any longer. But still, I acknowledge it now, face to face with a lonely death upon this frozen island. It was murder, willful murder. I meant to poison him, and I did it. He has set this powder for me, the villain, I said to myself, and now I shall make him take it without knowing it. How do I know that it's arsenic or anything else to do him any harm? His blood be upon his own head for aught I know about it. What I put there was simply quinine. If anybody had changed it, he has changed it himself. The pit that he dug for another, he himself shall fall therein. I wouldn't even test it, for fear I should find it was arsenic and be unable to give it to him innocently and harmlessly. I rose up and went over to Lamarchen's side. Horror of horrors, he was sleeping soundly. Yes, the man had tried to poison me, and when he thought he had seen me swallow his poisonous powder, so callous and hardened was his nature that he didn't even lie awake to watch the effect of it. He had dropped off soundly, as if nothing had happened, and was sleeping now, to all appearance, the sleep of innocence. Being convalescent, in fact, and therefore in need of rest, he slept with unusual soundness. I laid the altered powder quietly by his bed, and took away his that I had laid out in readiness for him, and crept back into my own place noiselessly. There I lay awake, hot and feverish, wondering to myself hour after hour when he would ever wake and take it. At last he woke and looked over toward me with unusual interest. "Hello, doctor," he said quite genially. "How are you this morning, eh? Getting along well, I hope?" It was the first time during all my illness that he had ever inquired after me. I lied to him deliberately to keep up the delusion. "I have a terrible grinding pain in my chest," I said, pretending to writhe. I had sunk to his level, it seems. I was a liar and a murderer. He looked quite gay over it, and laughed. "It's nothing," he said, grinning horribly. "It's a good symptom. I felt just like that myself, dear fellow, when I was beginning to recover. Then I knew he had tried to poison me, and I felt no remorse for my terrible action. It was a good deed to prevent such a man as that from ever carrying away Dora, my Dora, into a horrid slavery. Sooner than he should marry Dora, I would poison him. I would poison him 1,000 times over." He sat up, took the spoonful of treacle, and poured the powder, as usual, into the very middle of it. I watched him take it off a single gulp without perceiving the difference. Then I sank back, exhausted, upon my roll of sealskins. All that day I was very ill, and Lamarchen, lying tossing beside me, groaned and moaned in a fearful fashion. At last the truth seemed to dawn upon him gradually, and he cried aloud to me, "Doctor, doctor, quick, for heaven's sake, you must get me out an antidote. The powders must have gotten mixed up somehow, and you seem to have given me arsenic instead of quinine, I'm certain." "Not a bit of it, Lamarchen," I said with some devilish malice. "I've given you one of my own packets that was lying here beside my pillow." He turned white as a sheet the moment he heard that, and gasped out horribly, why, that was arsenic!" But he never explained it in a single word how he knew it, or where it came from. I knew. I needed no explanation. I wanted no lies, so I didn't question him. I treated him as well as I could for arsenic poisoning, without saying a word to the captain and the other men about it, for, if he died, I said, it would be by his own act, and if my skill could avail, he should have the benefit of it. But the poisons had had full time to work before I gave him the antidote. He died by 7 o'clock that night in fearful agony. Then I knew that I really was a murderer. My fingers are beginning to get horribly numb, and I'm afraid I shan't be able to write much longer. I must be quick about it if I want to finish this confession. After that came my retribution. I have been punished for it, and punished terribly. As soon as they all heard Lamarchen was dead, a severe relapse I called it, they set to work to carry him out and lay him somewhere. Then, for the first time, the idea flashed across my mind that they couldn't possibly bury him. The ice was too deep everywhere, underneath it a layer of solid rock of the bare granite islands. There was no snow even, for wind swept it away as it fell, and we couldn't do much as decently cover him. There was nothing for it but to lay him out upon the icy surface. So we carried the stark frozen body with its hideous staring eyes wide open out by the jutting point of the rock behind the hut, and there we placed it, dressed and upright. We stood it up against the point exactly as if it were alive, and by the snow came and froze it to the rock, and there it stands to this moment, glaring forever fiercely upon me. Whenever I went in or out of the hut, for 3 long months, that hideous thing stood there staring me in the face with mute indignation. At night, when I tried to sleep, the murdered man stood there, still in the darkness beside me. Oh God, I dared not say a word about it to anybody, but I trembled every time I passed it. I knew what it was to be a murderer. In May, the sun came back again, but still no open water for our one boat. In June, we had the long day, but no open water. The captain began to get impatient and despondent, and as you will read in the log, he was afraid now we might never get a chance of making the mouth of Lena. By and by the scurvy came. I have no time now for details, my hands are so cramped with cold. And then we began to run short of provisions. Soon I had them all down upon my hands, and presently we had to place Patterson's corpse beside Lamarchen's on the little headland. Then they sank, one after another, sank of cold and hunger, as you will read in the log, till I alone, who wanted least to live, was the last left living. I was left alone with those 9 corpses propped up awfully against the naked rock, one of the 9 men I had murdered. May heaven forgive me for the terrible crime, and for pity's sake, whoever you may be, keep it from Dora, keep it from Dora. My brother's address is in my pocketbook. The fever and remorse alone have given me strength to hold the pen. My hands are quite numbed now. I can write no longer. There the manuscript ended. Heaven knows what effect it may have upon all of you who read it quietly at your home in your own easy chairs in England. But we of the search party, who took these almost illegible sheets of shaky writing from the cold fingers of one solitary corpse within the frozen cabin of the Liakov Islands, we read them through with such mingled thrill of awe and horror and sympathy and pity as no one can fully understand who has not been on an Arctic expedition. And when we gathered our sad burdens to take them off for burial at home, the corpse to which we gave the most reverent attention was certainly that of the self-accused murderer. End of The Search Parties Find by Grant Allen.
The Sussex Vampire by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean. The Sussex Vampire. Holmes had read carefully a note which the last post had brought him. Then, with the dry chuckle which was his nearest approach to a laugh, he tossed it over to me. For a mixture of the modern and medieval, of the practical and of the wildly fanciful, I think this is surely the limit, said he. What do you make of it, Watson? I read as follows. 46 Old Jewry, November 19th. Regarding vampires. Sir, our client, Mr. Robert Ferguson, of Ferguson and Muirhead, tea brokers of Mincing Lane, has made some inquiry from us in a communication of even date concerning vampires. As our firm specializes entirely upon the assessment of machinery, the matter hardly comes within our purview, and we have therefore recommended Mr. Ferguson to call upon you and lay the matter before you. We have not forgotten your successful action in the case of Matilda Briggs. We are, sir, faithfully yours, Morrison, and Dodd, per EJC. Matilda Briggs was not the name of a young woman, Watson, said Holmes in a reminiscent voice. It was a ship which is associated with the giant rat of Sumatra, a story for which the world is not yet prepared. But what do we know about vampires? Does it come within our purview either? Anything is better than stagnation, but really we seem to have been switched onto a Grimm's fairy tale. Make a long arm, Watson, and see what V has to say. I leaned down and took down the great index volume to which he referred. Holmes balanced it on his knee, and his eyes moved slowly and lovingly over the record of old cases, mixed with the accumulated information of a lifetime. Voyage of the Gloria Scott, he read. That was a bad business. I have some recollection that you made a record of it, Watson, though I was unable to congratulate you upon the result. Victor Lynch the Forger. Venomous Lizard or Gila. Remarkable case that. Victoria the Circus Belle. Vanderbilt and the Yeggman. Vipers. Figure the Hammersmith Wonder. Hello. Good old index. You can't beat it. Listen to this, Watson. Vampirism in Hungary. And again, vampires in Transylvania. He turned over the pages with eagerness, but after a short, intent perusal, he threw down the great book with a snarl of disappointment. Rubbish, Watson, rubbish. What have we to do with walking corpses, who can only be held in their graves by stakes driven through their hearts? It's pure lunacy. But surely, said I, the vampire was not necessarily a dead man. A living person might have the habit. I have read, for example, of the old sucking the blood of the young in order to attain their youth. You are right, Watson. It mentions the legend in one of these references. But are we to give serious attention to such things? This agency stands flat-footed upon the ground, and there it must remain. This world is big enough for us. No ghosts need apply. I fear that we cannot take Mr. Robert Ferguson very seriously. Possibly this note may be from him, and may throw some light upon what is worrying him. He took up a second letter which had lain unnoticed upon the table, whilst he had been absorbed with the first. This he began to read with a smile of amusement upon his face, which gradually faded away into an expression of intense interest and concentration. When he had finished, he sat for some little time lost in thought, with the letter dangling from his fingers. Finally, with a start, he aroused himself from his reverie. Cheeseman's Lamberley. Where is Lamberley, Watson? It is in Sussex, south of Horsham. Not very far, eh? And Cheeseman's? I know that country, Holmes. It is full of old houses which are named after the men who built them centuries ago. You get Audleys and Harveys and Carringtons. The folks are forgotten, but their names live in their houses. Precisely, said Holmes coldly. It was one of the peculiarities of his proud, self-contained nature that though he docketed any fresh information very quickly and accurately in his brain, he seldom made any acknowledgment to the giver. I rather fancy we shall know a good deal more about Cheeseman's Lamberley before we are through. The letter is, as I had hoped, from Robert Ferguson. By the way, he claims acquaintance with you. With me. You had better read it. He handed the letter across. It was headed with the address quoted. Dear Mr. Holmes, it said, I have been recommended to you by my lawyers, but indeed the matter is so extraordinarily delicate that it is most difficult to discuss. It concerns a friend for whom I am acting. This gentleman married some 5 years ago a Peruvian lady, the daughter of a Peruvian merchant, whom he had met in connection with the importation of nitrates. The lady was very beautiful, but the fact of her foreign birth and of her alien religion always caused a separation of interests and of feelings between husband and wife. So that after a time his love may have cooled toward her, and he may have come to regard their union as a mistake. He felt that there were sides of her character which he could never explore or understand. This was the more painful as she was as loving a wife as a man could have. To all appearance absolutely devoted. Now for the point which I will make more plain when we meet. Indeed, this note is merely to give you a general idea of the situation, and to ascertain whether you would care to interest yourself in the matter. The lady began to show curious traits quite alien to her ordinary sweet and gentle disposition. The gentleman had been married twice, and he had one son by the first wife. This boy was now 15, a very charming and affectionate youth, though unhappily injured through an accident in childhood. Twice the wife was caught in the act of assaulting this poor lad in the most unprovoked way. Once she struck him with a stick and left a great weal on his arm. This was a small matter, however, compared with her conduct to her own child, a dear boy just under 1 year of age. On one occasion about a month ago, this child had been left by its nurse for a few minutes. A loud cry from the baby as of pain called the nurse back. As she ran into the room, she saw her employer, the lady, leaning over the baby and apparently sucking his neck. There was a small wound in the neck from which a stream of blood had escaped. The nurse was so horrified that she wished to call the husband, but the lady implored her not to do so, and actually gave her £5 as a price for her silence. No explanation was ever given, and for the moment the matter was passed over. It left, however, a terrible impression upon the nurse's mind, and from that time she began to watch her mistress closely, and to keep a closer guard upon the baby whom she tenderly loved. It seemed to her that even as she watched the mother, so the mother watched her, and that every time she was compelled to leave the baby alone, the mother was waiting to get at it. Day and night the nurse covered the child, and day and night the silent, watchful mother seemed to be lying in wait as a wolf waits for a lamb. It must read most incredible to you, and yet I beg you to take it seriously, for a child's life and a man's sanity may depend upon it. At last there came one dreadful day when the facts could no longer be concealed from the husband. The nurse's nerve had given way, she could stand the strain no longer, and she made a clean breast of it all to the man. To him it seemed as wild a tale as it may now seem to you. He knew his wife to be a loving wife, and save for an assault upon her stepson, a loving mother. Why then should she wound her own dear little baby? He told the nurse that she was dreaming, that her suspicions were those of a lunatic, and that such libels upon her mistress were not to be tolerated. Whilst they were talking, a sudden cry of pain was heard. Nurse and master rushed together to the nursery. Imagine his feelings, Mr. Holmes, as he saw his wife rise from a kneeling position beside the cot, and saw blood upon the child's exposed neck and upon the sheet. With a cry of horror he turned his wife's face to the light, and saw blood all round her lips. It was she, beyond all question, who had drunk the poor baby's blood. So the matter stands. She is now confined in her room. There has been no explanation. The husband is half demented. He knows and I know little of vampirism beyond the name. We had thought it was some wild tale of foreign parts. And yet here in the very heart of the English Sussex, well, all this can be discussed with you in the morning. Will you see me? Will you use your great powers in aiding a distracted man? If so, kindly wire to Ferguson, Cheeseman's Lamberley, and I will be at your rooms by 10 o'clock. Yours faithfully, Robert Ferguson. P.S. I believe your friend Watson played rugby for Blackheath when I was free quarter for Richmond. It is the only personal introduction which I can give. Of course I remember him, said I, as I laid down the letter. Big Bob Ferguson, the finest free-quarter Richmond ever had. He was always a good-natured chap. It is like him to be so concerned over a friend's case. Holmes looked at me thoughtfully and shook his head. I never get your limits, Watson, said he. There are unexplored possibilities about you. Take a wire down, like a good fellow. We'll examine your case with pleasure. Your case! We must not let him think that this agency is a home for the weak-minded. Of course it is his case. Send him that wire and let the matter rest till morning. Promptly at 10 o'clock the next morning, Ferguson strode into our room. I had remembered him as a long, slab-sided man with loose limbs and a fine turn of speed which had carried him round many an opposing back. There is surely nothing in life more painful than to meet the wreck of a fine athlete whom one has known in his prime. His great frame had fallen in, his flaxen hair was scanty, and his shoulders were bowed. I fear that I roused corresponding emotions in him. "Hello, Watson," said he, and his voice was still deep and hearty. "You don't look quite the man you did when I threw you over the ropes into the crowd at the old deer park. I expect I have changed a bit also, but it's this last day or two that has aged me. I see by your telegram, Mr. Holmes, that it is no use my pretending to be anyone's deputy. It is simpler to deal direct," said Holmes. Of course it is. But you can imagine how difficult it is when you are speaking of the one woman whom you are bound to protect and help. What can I do? How am I to go to the police with such a story? And yet the kitties have got to be protected. Is it madness, Mr. Holmes? Is it something in the blood? Have you any similar case in your experience? For God's sake, give me some advice, for I am at my wit's end. Very naturally, Mr. Ferguson. Now sit here and pull yourself together and give me a few clear answers. I can assure you that I am very far from being at my wit's end, and that I'm confident we shall find some solution. First of all, tell me what steps you have taken. Is your wife still near the children? We had a dreadful scene. She is a most loving woman, Mr. Holmes. If ever a woman loved a man with all her heart and soul, she loves me. She was cut to the heart that I should have discovered this horrible, this incredible secret. She would not even speak. She gave no answer to my reproaches, save to gaze at me with a sort of wild, despairing look in her eyes. Then she rushed to her room and locked herself in. Since then, she has refused to see me. She has a maid who was with her before her marriage, Dolores by name, a friend rather than a servant. She takes her food to her. Then the child is in no immediate danger. Mrs. Mason, the nurse, has sworn that she will not leave it night or day. I can absolutely trust her. I am more uneasy about poor little Jack, for, as I told you in my note, he has twice been assaulted by her. But never wounded? No, she struck him savagely. It is the more terrible as he is a poor little inoffensive cripple. Ferguson's gaunt features softened as he spoke of his boy. You would think that the dear lad's condition would soften anyone's heart. A fall in childhood and a twisted spine, Mr. Holmes. But the dearest, most loving heart within. Holmes had picked up the letter of yesterday and was reading it over. What other inmates are there in your house, Mr. Ferguson? 2 servants who have not been long with us. 1 stable hand, Michael, who sleeps in the house. My wife, myself, my boy Jack, baby, Dolores, and Mrs. Mason. That is all. I gather that you did not know your wife well at the time of your marriage. I had only known her a few weeks. How long had this maid Dolores been with her? Some years. Then your wife's character would really be better known by Dolores than by you? Yes, you may say so. Holmes made a note. I fancy, said he, that I may be of more use at Lamberley than here. It is eminently a case for personal investigation. If the lady remains in her room, our presence could not annoy or inconvenience her. Of course, we would stay at the inn. Ferguson gave a gesture of relief. It is what I hoped, Mr. Holmes. There is an excellent train at 2 from Victoria, if you could come. Of course we could come. There is a lull at present. I can give you my undivided energies. Watson, of course, comes with us. But there are 1 or 2 points upon which I wish to be very sure before I start. This unhappy lady, as I understand it, has appeared to assault both the children, her own baby and your little son. That is so. But the assaults take different forms, do they not? She has beaten your son. Once with a stick, and once very savagely with her hands. Did she give no explanation why she struck him? None, save that she hated him. Again and again she said so. Well, that is not unknown among stepmothers. A posthumous jealousy, we will say. Is the lady jealous by nature? Yes, she is very jealous. Jealous with all the strength of her fiery tropical love. But the boy, he is 15, I understand, and probably very developed in mind since his body has been circumscribed in action. Did he give you no explanation of these assaults? No, he declared there was no reason. Were they good friends at other times? No, there was never any love between them. Yet you say he is affectionate. Never in the world could there be so devoted a son. My life is his life. He is absorbed in what I say or do. Once again, Holmes made a note. For some time he sat lost in thought. No doubt you and the boy were great comrades before this second marriage. You were thrown very close together, were you not? Very much so. And the boy, having so affectionate a nature, was devoted no doubt to the memory of his mother? Most devoted. He would certainly seem to be a most interesting lad. There is one other point about these assaults. Were the strange attacks upon the baby and the assaults upon your son at the same period? In the first case, it was so. It was as if some frenzy had seized her, and she had vented her rage upon both. In the second case, it was only Jack who suffered. Mrs. Mason had no complaint to make about the baby. That certainly complicates matters. I don't quite follow you, Mr. Holmes. Possibly not. One forms provisional theories and waits for time or fuller knowledge to explode them. A bad habit, Mr. Ferguson, but human nature is weak. I fear that your old friend here has given an exaggerated view of my scientific methods. However, I will only say at the present stage that your problem does not appear to me to be insoluble, and that you may expect to find us at Victoria at 2 o'clock. It was evening of a dull, foggy November day when, having left our bags at the Chiqueers Lamberley, we drove through the Sussex clay of a long, winding lane, and finally reached the isolated and ancient farmhouse in which Ferguson dwelt. It was a large, straggling building, very old in the center, very new at the wings, with towering Tudor chimneys and a lichen-spotted, high-pitched roof of Horsham slabs. The doorsteps were worn into curves, and the ancient titles which lined the porch were marked with the rebus of a cheese and a man, after the original builder. Within, the ceilings were corrugated with heavy oaken beams, and the uneven floors sagged into sharp curves. An odor of age and decay pervaded the whole crumbling building. There was one very large central room into which Ferguson led us. Here, in a huge old-fashioned fireplace with an iron screen behind it dated 1670, there blazed and spluttered a splendid log fire. The room, as I gazed around, was a most singular mixture of dates and of places. The half-paneled walls may well have belonged to the original yeoman farmer of the 17th century. They were ornamented, however, on the lower part by a line of well-chosen modern watercolors, while above, where yellow plaster took the place of oak, there was hung a fine collection of South American utensils and weapons, which had been brought no doubt by the Peruvian lady upstairs. Holmes rose, with that quick curiosity which sprang from his eager mind, and examined them with some care. He returned with his eyes full of thought. "Hullo!" he cried. "Hullo!" A spaniel had lain in a basket in the corner. It came slowly forward toward its master, walking with difficulty. Its hind legs moved irregularly, and its tail was on the ground. It licked Ferguson's hand. "What is wrong, Mr. Holmes?" "The dog. What's the matter with it?" That's what puzzled the vet. A sort of paralysis. Spinal meningitis, he thought. But it is passing. He'll be all right soon, won't you, Carlo? A shiver of assent passed through the drooping tail. The dog's mournful eyes passed from one of us to the other. He knew that we were discussing his case. Did it come on suddenly? In a single night? How long ago? It may have been 4 months ago. Very remarkable. Very suggestive. What do you see in it, Mr. Holmes? A confirmation of what I had already thought. For God's sake, what do you think, Mr. Holmes? It may be a mere intellectual puzzle to you, but it is life and death to me. My wife a would-be murderer, my child in constant danger. Don't play with me, Mr. Holmes. It is too terribly serious. The big rugby 3/4 was trembling all over. Holmes put his hand soothingly upon his arm. I fear that there is pain for you, Mr. Ferguson, whatever the solution may be, said he. I would spare you all I can. I cannot say more for the instant, but before I leave this house, I hope I may have something definite. Please God you may. If you will excuse me, gentlemen, I will go up to my wife's room and see if there has been any change. He was away some minutes, during which Holmes resumed his examination of the curiosities upon the wall. When our host returned, it was clear from his downcast face that he had made no progress. He brought with him a tall, slim, brown-faced girl. The tea is ready, Dolores, said Ferguson. See that your mistress has everything she can wish. She vera ill, cried the girl, looking with indignant eyes at her master. She no ask for food. She vera ill. She need doctor. I frightened stay alone with her without doctor. Ferguson looked at me with a question in his eyes. I should be so glad if I could be of use. Would your mistress see Dr. Watson? I take him. I ask no leave. She needs doctor. Then I'll come with you at once. I followed the girl, who was quivering with strong emotion, up the staircase and down an ancient corridor. At the end was an iron-clamped and massive door. It struck me as I looked at it that if Ferguson tried to force his way to his wife, he would find it no easy matter. The girl drew a key from her pocket, and the heavy oaken planks creaked upon their old hinges. I passed in, and she swiftly followed, fastening the door behind her. On the bed a woman was lying who was clearly in a high fever. She was only half conscious, but as I entered she raised a pair of frightened but beautiful eyes, and glared at me in apprehension. Seeing a stranger, she appeared to be relieved, and sank back with a sigh upon the pillow. I stepped up to her with a few reassuring words, and she lay still while I took her pulse and temperature. Both were high, and yet my impression was that the condition was rather that of mental and nervous excitement than of any actual seizure. She lie like that 1 day, 2 day, I 'fraid she die, said the girl. The woman turned her flushed and handsome face toward me. Where is my husband? He is below and would wish to see you. I will not see him. I will not see him. Then she seemed to wander off into delirium. A fiend! A fiend! Oh, well, what shall I do with this devil? Can I help in any way? No, no one can help. It is finished. All is destroyed. Do what I will, all is destroyed. The woman must have some strange delusion. I could not see honest Bob Ferguson in the character of fiend or devil. Madam, I said, your husband loves you dearly. He is deeply grieving at this happening. Again she turned on me those glorious eyes. He loves me, yes, but do I not love him? Do I not love him even to sacrifice myself rather than break his dear heart? That is how I love him. And yet he could think of me. He could speak of me so. He is full of grief, but he cannot understand. No, he cannot understand, but he should trust. Will you not see him? I suggested. No, no, I cannot forget those terrible words nor the look upon his face. I will not see him. Go now. You can do nothing for me. Tell him only one thing. I want my child. I have a right to my child. That is the only message I can send for him. She turned her face to the wall and would say no more. I returned to the room downstairs where Ferguson and Holmes still sat by the fire. Ferguson listened moodily to my account of the interview. "How can I send her the child?" he said. "How do I know what strange impulse might come upon her? How can I ever forget how she rose from beside it with its blood upon her lips?" He shuddered at the recollection. "The child is safe with Mrs. Mason, and there he must remain." A smart maid, the only modern thing which we had seen in the house, had brought in some tea. As she was serving it, the door opened and a youth entered the room. He was a remarkable lad, pale-faced and fair-haired, with excitable light blue eyes which blazed into a sudden flame of emotion and joy as they rested upon his father. He rushed forward and threw his arms around his neck with the abandon of a loving girl. "Oh, Daddy," he cried, "I did not know that you were due yet. I should have been here to meet you. Oh, I am so glad to see you." Ferguson gently disengaged himself from the embrace with some little show of embarrassment. "Dear old chap," said he, patting the flaxen head with a very tender hand. "I came here early because my friends Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson have been persuaded to come down here and spend an evening with us." "Is that Mr. Holmes the detective?" "Yes." The youth looked at us with a very penetrating and, as it seemed to me, unfriendly gaze. "What about your other child, Mr. Ferguson?" asked Holmes. "Might we make the acquaintance of the baby?" "Ask Mrs. Mason to bring the baby down," said Ferguson. The boy went off with a curious shambling gait, which told my surgical eyes that he was suffering from a weak spine. Presently he returned, and behind him came a tall, gaunt woman, bearing in her arms a very beautiful child, dark-eyed, golden-haired, a wonderful mixture of the Saxon and the Latin. Ferguson was evidently devoted to it, for he took it into his arms and fondled it most tenderly. "Fancy anyone having the heart to hurt him," he muttered, as he glanced down at the small, angry, red pucker upon the cherub throat. It was at this moment that I chanced to glance at Holmes and saw a most singular intentness in his expression. His face was as set as if it had been carved out of old ivory, and his eyes, which had glanced for a moment at father and child, were now fixed with eager curiosity upon something at the other side of the room. Following his gaze, I could only guess that he was looking out through the window at the melancholy dripping garden. It is true that a shutter had half closed outside and obstructed the view, but nonetheless it was certainly at the window that Holmes was fixing his concentrated attention. Then he smiled and his eyes came back to the baby. On its chubby neck there was this small puckered mark. Without speaking, Holmes examined it with care. Finally, he shook one of the dimpled fists which waved in front of him. "Goodbye, little man. You have made a strange start in life. Nurse, I should wish to have a word with you in private." He took her aside and spoke earnestly for a few minutes. I only heard the last few words, which were, "Your anxiety will soon, I hope, be set at rest." The woman, who seemed to be a sour, silent kind of creature, withdrew with the child. "What is Mrs. Mason like?" asked Holmes. "Not very prepossessing externally, as you can see, but a heart of gold and devoted to the child." "Do you like her, Jack?" Holmes turned suddenly upon the boy. His expressive, mobile face shadowed over, and he shook his head. "Jackie has very strong likes and dislikes," said Ferguson, patting his arm round the boy. "Luckily, I am one of his likes." The boy cooed and nestled his head upon his father's breast. Ferguson gently disengaged him. "Run away, little Jackie," said he, and he watched his son with loving eyes until he disappeared. "Now, Mr. Holmes," he continued when the boy was gone, "I really feel that I have brought you on a fool's errand. For what can you possibly do, save give me your sympathy? It must be an exceedingly delicate and complex affair from your point of view." "It is certainly delicate," said my friend with an amused smile. but I have not been struck up to now with its complexity. It has been a case for intellectual deduction, but when this original intellectual deduction is confirmed point by quite a number of independent incidents, then the subjective becomes objective, and we can say confidently that we have reached our goal. I had in fact reached it before we left Baker Street, and the rest has merely been observation and confirmation. Ferguson put his big hand on his furrowed forehead. "For heaven's sake, Holmes," he said hoarsely. "If you can see the truth in this matter, do not keep me in suspense. How do I stand? What shall I do? I care nothing as to how you have found your facts, so long as you have really got them. Certainly I owe you an explanation, and you shall have it. But you will permit me to handle the matter in my own way. Is the lady capable of seeing us, Watson? She is ill, but she is quite rational. Very good. It is only in her presence that we can clear the matter up. Let us go up to her." "She will not see me," cried Ferguson. "Oh, yes, she will," said Holmes. He scribbled a few lines upon a sheet of paper. "You at least have the entree, Watson. Will you have the goodness to give the lady this note?" I assented again, and handed the note to Dolores, who cautiously opened the door. A minute later I heard a cry from within, a cry in which joy and surprise seemed to be blended. Dolores looked out. "She will see them. She will listen," said she. At my summons, Ferguson and Holmes came up. As we entered the room, Ferguson took a step or two toward his wife, who had raised herself in the bed, but she held out her hand to repulse him. He sank into an armchair, while Holmes seated himself beside him. After bowing to the lady, who looked at him with wide-eyed amazement, "I think we can dispense with Dolores," said Holmes. "Oh, very well, madam. If you would rather she stayed, I can see no objection. Now, Mr. Ferguson, I am a busy man with many calls, and my methods have to be short and direct. The swiftest surgery is the least painful. Let me first say what will ease your mind. Your wife is a very good, very loving, and very ill-used woman." Ferguson sat up with a cry of joy. "Prove that, Mr. Holmes, and I am your debtor forever." "I will do so, but in doing so I must wound you deeply in another direction. I care nothing so long as you clear my wife. Everything on earth is insignificant compared to that. Let me tell you then the train of reasoning which passed through my mind in Baker Street. The idea of a vampire was to me absurd. Such things do not happen in criminal practice in England, and yet your observation was precise. You had seen the lady rise from beside the child's cot with the blood upon her lips. I did. Did it not occur to you that a bleeding wound may be sucked for some other purpose than to draw the blood from it? Was there not a queen in English history who sucked such a wound to draw poison from it? Poison! A South American household. My instinct felt the presence of those weapons upon the wall before my eyes ever saw them. It might have been other poison, but that was what occurred to me. When I saw that little empty quiver beside the small bird bough, it was just what I expected to see. If the child were pricked with one of those arrows dipped in curare or some other devilish drug, it would mean death if the venom were not sucked out. And the dog. If one were to use such a poison, would one not try first in order to see that it had not lost its power? I did not foresee the dog, but I at least understood him, and he fitted into my reconstruction. Now do you understand? Your wife feared such an attack. She saw it and saved the child's life, and yet she shrank from telling you all the truth. For she knew how you loved the boy and feared lest it break your heart. Jackie! I watched him as he fondled the child just now. His face was clearly reflected in the glass of the window, where the shutter formed a background. I saw such jealousy, such cruel hatred, as I have seldom seen in a human face. My Jackie! You have to face it, Mr. Ferguson. It is the more painful because it is a distorted love. A maniacal, exaggerated love for you, and possibly for his dead mother, which has prompted his action. His very soul is consumed with hatred for this splendid child, whose health and beauty are a contrast to his own weakness. Good God! It is incredible! Have I spoken the truth, madam? The lady was sobbing with her face buried in the pillows. Now she turned to her husband. How could I tell you, Bob? I felt the blow it would be to you. It was better that I should wait and that it should come from some other lips than mine. When this gentleman, who seems to have powers of magic, wrote that he knew all, I was glad. I think a year at sea would be my prescription for Master Jackie, said Holmes, rising from his chair. Only one thing is still clouded, madam. We can quite understand your attacks upon Master Jackie. There is a limit to a mother's patience. But how did you dare to leave the child these last 2 days? I had told Mrs. Mason. She knew. Exactly. So I imagined. Ferguson was standing by the bed, choking, his hands outstretched and quivering. This, I fancy, is the time for our exit, Watson, said Holmes in a whisper. If you will take one elbow of the two faithful Dolores, I will take the other. There now, he added, as he closed the door behind him. I think we may leave them to settle the rest among themselves. I have only one further note of this case. It is the letter which Holmes wrote in final answer to that with which the narrative began. It ran thus. Regarding vampires, Baker Street, November 21st. Sir, referring to your letter of the 19th, I beg to state that I have looked into the inquiry of your client, Mr. Robert Ferguson of Ferguson and Muirhead, tea brokers of Mincing Lane, and that the matter has been brought to a satisfactory conclusion. With thanks for your recommendation, I am, sir, faithfully yours, Sherlock Holmes. End of The Sussex Vampire by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Telltale Heart. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been, and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease has sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was a sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How, then, am I mad? Hearken, observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so, by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him, and every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed so that no light shone out, and then I thrust my head in. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening, so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he has passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night just at 12 I looked upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than I did mine. Never before that night I had felt the extent of my own powers, my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened, through the fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door. I kept pushing it on steadily, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still, and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief, oh no, it was the low stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, and when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney, it is only a mouse crossing the floor," or "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with those superstitions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim, and it was the mournful influence of unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple, dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot out from the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all in dull blue, with a hideous veil over that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but an over-acuteness of the sense? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew the sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates a soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could to maintain the ray upon the eave. Meantime the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. And yet, for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew louder and louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only, and in an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him, and then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. but for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. Then I took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then placed the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. The tub had caught it all. When I made the end of the labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure and undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but they still sat and chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feelings, but it continued and gained definiteness until at length I found the noise was not within my ears. No doubt now I grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I rose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observation of the men, but the noise increased steadily. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting, and grated upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continuously increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew, they were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think, but anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die, and now again, hark! Louder, 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 louder! Villains, I shrieked, dissemble no more, I admit the deed, tear up the planks, here, it is the beating of his hideous heart. End of The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe.
A Thing That Glistened by Frank R. Stockton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. A Thing That Glistened. In the fall of 1888, the steamship Sunda from Southampton was running along the southern coast of Long Island, not many hours from port, when she was passed by one of the great British liners, outward bound. The tide was high, and the course of both vessels was nearer the coast than is usual, that of the Sunda being inside of the other.
As the two steamers passed each other, there was a great waving of hats and handkerchiefs. Suddenly there was a scream from the Sunda. It came from Signora Rosita, the prima donna of an opera troupe, which was coming to America in that ship. "I have lost my bracelet!" she cried in Italian, and then turning to the passengers, she repeated the cry in very good English. The situation was instantly comprehended by everyone. It was late in the afternoon. The captain had given a grand dinner to the passengers, at which the prima donna had appeared in all her glories of ornamentation, and the greatest of these glories, a magnificent diamond bracelet, was gone from the arm with which she had been enthusiastically waving her lace handkerchief. The second officer, who was standing near, dashed into the captain's office and quickly reappeared with chart and instruments, and made rapid calculation of the position of the vessel at the time of the accident, making an allowance for the few minutes that had passed since the first cry of the Signora. After consultation with the captain and recalculations of the distance from land and some other points, he announced to the weeping Signora that her bracelet lay under a little black spot he had made on the chart, and that if she chose to send a diver for it, she might get it, for the depth of water at that place was not great. By profession, I am a diver, and the next day I was engaged to search for the diamond bracelet of Signora Rosita. I had a copy of the chart, and having hired a small schooner with several men who had been my assistants before, and taking with me all the necessary accoutrements and appliances, I set out for the spot indicated, and by afternoon we were anchored, we believed, at or very near it. I lost no time in descending. I wore, of course, the usual diver's suit, but I took with me no tools nor any of the implements used by divers when examining wrecks, but carried in my right hand a brilliant electric lamp connected with a powerful battery on the schooner. I held this by an insulated handle, in which there were two little knobs by which I could light or extinguish it. The bottom was hard and smooth, and lighting my lamp I began to look about me. If I approached the bracelet, I ought to be able to see it sparkle, but after wandering over considerable space, I saw no sparkles, nor anything like a bracelet. Suddenly, however, I saw something which greatly interested me. It was a hole in the bottom of the ocean, almost circular, and at least 10 feet in diameter. I was surprised that I had not noticed it before, for it lay not far from the stern of our vessel. Standing near the rocky edge of the aperture, I held up my lamp and looked down. Not far below I saw the glimmer of what seemed to be the bottom of this subterranean well. I was seized with a desire to explore this great hole running down under the ordinary bottom of the sea. I signaled to be lowered, and although my comrades were much surprised at such an order, they obeyed, and down I went to the well. The sides of this seemed rocky and almost perpendicular, but after descending about 15 feet, they receded on every side, and I found myself going down into a wide cavern, the floor of which I touched in a very short time. Holding up my lamp and looking about me, I found myself in a sea cave, some 30 feet in diameter, with a dome-like roof, in which, a little to one side of the center, was the lower opening of the well. I became very much excited. This was just the sort of place into which a bracelet or anything else of value might be expected to have the bad luck to drop. I walked about and gazed everywhere, but I found nothing but rocks and water. I was about to signal to be drawn up, when above me I saw what appeared to be a flash of darkness coming down through the well. With a rush and a swirl it entered the cavern, and in a moment I recognized the fact that a great fish was swooping around and about me. Its movements were so rapid and irregular, now circling along the outer edge of the floor of the cavern, then mounting above me until its back seemed to scrape the roof, that I could not form a correct idea of the size of the creature. It seemed to me to be at least 20 feet long. I stood almost stupefied, keeping my eyes, as far as possible, fixed upon the swiftly moving monster. Sometimes he came quite near me, when I shuddered in every fiber, and then he shot away, but ever gliding with powerful undulations of his body and tail, around, about, and above me. I did not dare to signal to be drawn up, for fear that the terrible creature would enter the well hole with me. Then he would probably touch me, perhaps crush me against the wall, but my mind was capable of forming no plans. I only hoped the fish would ascend and disappear by the way he came. My mind was not in its strongest condition, being much upset by a great trouble, and I was so frightened that I really did not know what I ought to do, but I had sense enough left to feel sure that the fish had been attracted into the cavern by my lamp. Obviously, the right thing to do was to extinguish it, but the very thought of this nearly drove me into a frenzy. I could not endure to be left alone with the shark in darkness and water. It was an insane idea, but I felt that, whatever happened, I must keep my eyes upon him. Now the great fish began to swoop nearer and nearer to me, and then, suddenly changing its tactics, it receded to the most distant wall of the cavern, where, with its head toward me, it remained, for the first time, motionless. But this did not continue long. Gently turning over on its side, it opened its great mouth, and in an instant, with a rush, it came directly at me. My light shone full into its vast mouth, glistening with teeth, and there was a violent jerk which nearly threw me from my feet, and all was blackness. The shark had swallowed my lamp. By rare good fortune, he did not take my hand also. Now I frantically tugged at my signal rope. Without my lamp, I had no thought but a desire to be pulled out of the water, no matter what happened. In a few minutes I sat, divested of my diving suit, and almost insensible, upon the deck of the schooner. As soon as I was able to talk, I told my astonished comrades what had happened, and while we were discussing this strange occurrence, one of them, looking over the side, saw slowly rising to the surface the body of a dead shark. "By George!" he cried, "here is the beast! He has been killed by the current from the battery." We all crowded to the rail and looked down upon the monster. He was about 10 feet long, and it was plain that he had died for making himself the connection between the poles of the battery. "Well," said the captain pleasantly, "I suppose you are not going down again." "Not I replied. "I give up this job." Then suddenly I cried, "Come, boys, all of you, make fast to that shark and get him on board. I want him." Some of the men laughed, but my manner was so earnest that in a moment they all set about to help me. A small boat was lowered, lines were made fast to the dead fish with block and tackle, and we hauled him on deck. I then got a butcher's knife from the cabin and began to cut him open. "Look here, Tom," exclaimed the captain, "that's nonsense. Your lamp's all smashed to pieces, and if you get it out, it'll never be any good to you." "I don't care for the lamp," I answered, working away energetically, "but an idea has struck me. It's plain that this creature had a fancy for shining things. If he swallowed a lamp, there is no reason why he should not have swallowed anything else that glittered." "Oh!" cried the captain. "You think he swallowed the bracelet, do you?" And instantly everybody crowded more closely about me. I got out the lamp. Its wires were severed as smoothly as if they had been cut by shears. Then I worked on. Suddenly there was a cry from every man. Something glimmered in the dark interior of the fish. I grasped it and drew it out. It was not a bracelet, but a pint bottle which glimmered like a glowworm. With the bottle in my hand, I sat upon the deck and gazed at it. I shook it. It shone brighter. A bit of oiled silk was tied tightly over the cork, and it was plain to see that it was partly filled with a light-colored oil, into which a bit of phosphorus had been dropped, which, on being agitated, filled the bottle with a dim light. But there was something more in the bottle than phosphorus and oil. I could see a tin tube, corked at each end, and the exposed parts of the corks spreading enough to prevent the tin from striking the glass. We all knew that this was one of those bottles containing a communication of some sort, which are often thrown into the sea, and float about until they are picked up. The addition of the oil and phosphorus was intended to make it visible by night as well as by day, and this was plainly the reason why it had been swallowed by a light-loving shark. I poured out the oil and extracted the tube. Wiping it carefully, I drew out the corks, and then from the little tin cylinder I pulled a half sheet of notepaper, rolled up tightly. I unrolled it and read these words: "Before I jump overboard, I want to let people know that I killed John Polhemus. So I have fixed up this bottle. I hope it may be picked up in time to keep Jim Barker from being hung. I did think of leaving it on the steamer, but I might change my mind about jumping overboard. and I guess this is the best way. The clothes I wore and the hatchet I did it with are under the woodshed back of Polhemus's house. Henry Ramsay. I sprang to my feet with a yell. Jim Barker was my brother, now lying in prison under sentence of death for the murder of Polhemus. All the circumstantial evidence, and there was no other, had been against him. The note was dated 8 months back. Oh, cruel fool of a murderer. The shark was thrown overboard, and we made best speed to port, and before the end of the afternoon I had put Ramsay's note into the hands of the lawyer who had charge of my brother's case. Fortunately, he was able to identify the handwriting and signature of Ramsay, a man who had been suspected of the crime, but against whom no evidence could be found. The lawyer was almost as excited as I was by the contents of this note, and early the next morning we started together for the house of the Polhemus family. There, under the woodshed, we found carefully buried a blood-stained shirt and vest, and the hatchet. My impulse was to fly to my brother, but this my lawyer forbade. He would take charge of the affair, and no false hopes must be excited, but he confidently assured me that my brother was as good as free. Returning to the city, I thought I might as well make my report to Signora Rotita. The lady was at home and saw me. She showed the most intense interest in what I told her, and insisted upon every detail of my experiences. As I spoke of the shark and the subterranean cave, she nearly fainted from excitement, and her maid had to bring her smelling salts. When I had finished, she looked at me steadily for a moment and then said, "I have something to tell you, but I hardly know how to say it. I never lost my bracelet. I intended to wear it at the captain's dinner, but when I went to put it on, I found the clasp was broken, and as I was late, I hurried to the table without the bracelet, and thought of it no more until, when we were all waving and cheering, I glanced at my wrist and found it was not there. Then, utterly forgetting that I had not put it on, I thought it had gone into the sea. It was only this morning that, opening what I supposed was the empty box, I saw it. Here it is." I never saw such gorgeous jewels. "Madam," said I am glad you thought you lost it, for I have gained something better than all these." "You are a good man," said she, and then she paid me liberally for my services. When this business had been finished, she asked, "Are you married?" I answered that I was not. "Is there anyone you intend to marry?" "Yes," said I. "What is her name?" she asked. "Sarah Jane McElroy." "Wait a minute," said she, and she retired into another room. Presently she returned and handed me a little box. "Give this to your lady love," said she. "When she looks at it, she will never forget that you are a brave man." When Sarah Jane opened the box, there was a little pin with a diamond head, and she gave a scream of delight. But I saw no reason for jumping or crying out, for after having seen the signora's bracelet, this stone seemed like a pea in a bushel of potatoes. "I don't need anything," she said, "to remind me that you are a brave man. I am going to buy furniture with it." I laughed and remarked that every little helps. When I sit, with my wife by my side, before the fire in our comfortable home, and consider that the parlor carpet and the furniture and the pictures, and the hall and stair carpet, and all the dining room furniture, with the china and the glass and the linen and all the kitchen utensils, and 2 bedroom suits on the 2nd story, both hardwood, and all the furniture and fittings of a very pleasant room for a single man, the 3rd story front, were bought with the pin that the signora gave to Sarah Jane. I am filled with profound respect for things that glitter. And when I look on the other side of the fire and see Jim smoking his pipe just as happy as anybody, then I say to myself that, if there are people who think that this story is too much out of the common, I wish they would step in here and talk to Jim about it. There is a fire in his eyes when he tells you how glad he is that it was the shark instead of him. That is very convincing. End of A Thing That Glistened by Frank R. Stockton.
A Vine on a House, from Present at a Hanging and Other Ghost Stories by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Vine on a House by Ambrose Bierce. About 3 miles from the little town of Norton in Missouri, on the road leading to Maysville, stands an old house that was last occupied by a family named Harding. Since 1886, no one has lived in it, nor is anyone likely to live in it again. Time and the disfavor of persons dwelling thereabouts are converting it into a rather picturesque ruin. An observer unacquainted with its history would hardly put it into the category of haunted houses. Yet in all the regions round, such is its evil reputation. Its windows are without glass, its doorways without doors. There are wide breaches in the shingle roof, and for lack of paint, the weatherboarding is dun gray. But these unfailing signs of the supernatural are partly concealed and greatly softened by the abundant foliage of a large vine overrunning the entire structure. This vine, of a species which no botanist has ever been able to name, has an important part in the story of the house. The Harding family consisted of Robert Harding, his wife Matilda, Miss Julia Went, who was her sister, and 2 young children. Robert Harding was a silent, cold-mannered man who made no friends in the neighborhood and apparently cared to make none. He was about 40 years old, frugal and industrious, and made a living from the little farm which is now overgrown with brush and brambles. He and his sister-in-law were rather tabooed by their neighbors, who seemed to think that they were seen too frequently together, not entirely their fault, for at these times they evidently did not challenge observation. The moral code of rural Missouri is stern and exacting. Mrs. Harding was a gentle, sad-eyed woman, lacking a left foot. At some time in 1884, it became known that she had gone to visit her mother in Iowa. That was what her husband said in reply to inquiries, and his manner of saying it did not encourage further questioning. She never came back, and 2 years later, without selling his farm or anything that was his, or appointing an agent to look after his interests, or removing his household goods, Harding, with the rest of the family, left the country. Nobody knows whither he went. Nobody at that time cared. Naturally, whatever was movable about the place soon disappeared, and the deserted house became haunted in the manner of its kind. One summer evening 4 or 5 years later, the Reverend J. Gruber of Norton and the Marysville attorney named Hyatt met on horseback in front of the Harding place. Having business matters to discuss, they hitched their animals, and going to the house, sat on the porch to talk. Some humorous reference to the sober reputation of the place was made and forgotten as soon as uttered, and they talked of their business affairs until it grew almost dark. The evening was oppressively warm, the air stagnant. Presently, both men started from their seats in surprise. A long vine that covered half the front of the house and dangled its branches from the edge of the porch above them was visibly and audibly agitated, shaking violently in every stem and leaf. "We shall have a storm," Hyatt exclaimed. Gruber said nothing, but silently directed the other's attention to the foliage of adjacent trees, which showed no movement. Even the delicate tips of the boughs silhouetted against the clear sky were motionless. They hastily passed down the steps to what had been a lawn, and looked upward at the vine, whose entire length was now visible. It continued in violent agitation, yet they could discern no disturbing cause. "Let us leave," said the minister, and leave they did, Forgetting that they had been traveling in opposite directions, they rode away together. They went to Norton, where they related the strange experience to several discreet friends. The next evening, at about the same hour, accompanied by two others whose names are not recalled, they were again on the porch of the Harding house, and again the mysterious phenomenon occurred. The vine was violently agitated, while under the closest scrutiny from root to tip, nor did their combined strength applied to the trunk serve to still it. After an hour's observation, they retreated, no less wise, it is thought, than when they had come. No great time was required for these singular facts to rouse the curiosity of the entire neighborhood. By day and by night, crowds of persons assembled at the Harding house, seeking a sign. It does not appear that any found it, yet so creditable were the witnesses mentioned that none doubted the reality of the manifestations to which they testified. By either a happy inspiration or some destructive sign, it was one day proposed, nobody appeared to know from whom the suggestion came, to dig up the vine, and after a good deal of debate this was done. Nothing was found but the root, yet nothing could have been more strange. For 5 or 6 feet from the trunk, which had at the surface of the ground a diameter of several inches, it ran downward, single and straight, into a loose, friable earth. Then it divided and subdivided into rootlets, fibers, and filaments, most curiously interwoven. When carefully freed from the soil, they showed a singular formation. In their ramifications and doublings back upon themselves, they made a compact network, having in size and shape an amazing resemblance to a human figure. Head, trunk, and limbs were there. Even the fingers and toes were distinctly defined, and many professed to see, in the distribution and arrangement of the fibers in the globular mass representing the head, a grotesque suggestion of a face. The figure was horizontal. The smaller roots had begun to unite at the breast. In point of resemblance to the human form, this image was imperfect. At about 10 inches from one of the knees, the cilia forming that leg had abruptly doubled backward and inward upon their course of growth. The figure lacked a left foot. There was but one inference, the obvious one. But in the ensuing excitement, as many courses of action were proposed as there were incapable counselors. The matter was settled by the sheriff of the county, who, as the lawful custodian of the abandoned estate, ordered the root replaced, and the excavation filled with the earth that had been removed. Later inquiry brought out only one fact of relevance and significance. Mrs. Hardin had never visited her relatives in Iowa, nor did they know that she was supposed to have done so. Of Robert Harding and the rest of his family nothing is known. The house retains its evil reputation, but the replanted vine is as orderly and well-behaved a vegetable as a nervous person could wish to sit under of a pleasant night, when the katydids grate out their immemorial revelation, and the distant whippoorwill signifies his notion of what ought to be done about it. The end of A Vine on a House by Ambrose Bierce.